I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's special Delaware-Muncie Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting. If you would please, is this better or could you hear me before? Is that better? Okay, thank you. We only have 2 mics up here, so bear with us if you would. Okay, if you would please, and you are able, please stand. We join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so I have a brief opening statement that I would like to read. First, I want to thank you for attending tonight's special meeting. We recognize that the topic before us is important to many in our community and may inspire strong feelings. Because of that, I want to remind everyone that this is a public meeting governed by rules of order and mutual respect. I hope we will all remind ourselves that we are here to listen, to deliberate, and to ensure that every voice has a chance to be heard. Please address all comments to the commission, not to individual members of the audience. We will not tolerate over-talking or interrupting others, personal attacks, profanity, or any other behavior that disrupts this meeting. If any attendee disregards these guidelines, they may be removed from the meeting. We all share the same goal, which is a productive discussion that helps us make informed decisions. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to make a recommendation on the solar ordinance sent to us by the county commissioners. This ordinance could be seen as the rules of the game. We are not voting on whether or not solar farms can be constructed in Delaware County, but rather, if they are, these are the rules we would like to use. So someone may be in favor of solar farms, but there may be part of this ordinance that they are not in favor of. And by the same token, someone could be against solar farms, but approve of parts of this ordinance. Obviously, this is a complicated issue, and we want everyone to understand what is before us tonight. So I'm going to let Mr. Murphy also explain a couple of items before we officially get started.
Before we begin tonight, can everyone hear me? Before we begin tonight, would like to remind the board of the statutes we're operating under. The statute we will be operating under is 36-7-4-607, which calls for the board either to make a favorable, an unfavorable, or no recommendation to the county commissioners. Those are the 3 options available to this board tonight. This board may make recommendations concerning amendments, but ultimately the final action will be taken by the county commissioners. This is a public hearing. We'll provide opportunities for the public to speak, both in support and opposed to this ordinance. Turn it back to the president.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy. So just a brief explanation of the procedure. So we will start with public comment. We have an attorney who signed up for each side, pro and against. The pro attorney will speak first, and then we will open it up to general public comments, and then we'll move to against. The attorney may speak, and then we'll have general comments, and then there will be rebuttal time. We have those times allotted based on the number of people that signed up, both for and against. So the pro attorney will be given 9 minutes to speak, and then each person that speaks after that will be given 2.5 minutes. When the against attorney speaks, they have been allotted a 30-minute time frame, and then each person after that will be given 3 minutes to speak. And that's strictly based on the number of people that signed each side of the signature page out front. Okay. So with that, I think we are ready for roll call, please.
Mr. Borchers? Here. Mr. Brand? Present. Mr. Carroll?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Curley?
Here.
Mr. Dishman? Present. Ms. Hensley? Here. Mr. Landis?
Here.
Mr. Leach? Ms. Owen?
Here.
Ms. Sipe?
Here.
Mr. Smith?
Here.
Okay, so we have all nine voting members present this evening.
Okay, so I think our first person to the podium is Mara Hoff.
Testing. There we go. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mara Hoff, a partner at the law firm of DeFer Varan, 400 South Walnut Street, Suite 200, Muncie, Indiana, 47305. I represent Geronimo Power, formerly known as National Grid Renewables, the developer of the 140-megawatt Royerton solar project, which represents a potential $274 million investment in the community and property tax payments over the life of the project. Geronimo submitted a video and materials to you in advance of the hearing, and I would request that those be incorporated into the official record of the hearing if they are not already. In considering any proposal to modify a portion of your zoning ordinance, you need to pay reasonable regard to your comprehensive plan. The core values that are set forth in Delaware County's 2022 comprehensive plan state, we are committed to being entrepreneurial, more bold, gritty, more inclusive, and more thoughtful. It specifically calls for the county to, quote, support and/or incentivize green energy production as a viable method to allow for farmland recuperation and long-term preservation. Solar panel operations allow the farmland underneath to rest, allowing for better soil to emerge after decommissioning. Solar projects protect the existence of farmland. It remains zoned farming by contrast to a residential development which would permanently alter the use of the land. And solar allows historic family farms to remain in the family even once the desire to grow crops is dissipated or found to not be economically viable at that time, providing a valuable source of revenue to these landowners. So those involved in crafting the comprehensive plan, which does include many of you, obviously saw these benefits and specifically named solar and green energy as a viable use of farmland. Why is that important to the discussion tonight? Because the ordinance you help craft should not be so overbearing that all it accomplishes is prohibiting solar development. It should provide reasonable guidelines to ensure solar development is done responsibly while allowing for economic growth in Delaware County. As currently proposed by the commissioners, the ordinance places unreasonable restrictions on this one industry, restrictions that deny a landowner's rights to determine the appropriate use of their property, restrictions that multiply the cost to do business in Delaware County to extreme levels and dramatically increases the administrative burden on the planning office. These restrictions do not serve to further protect the public. They provide major roadblocks to development. In Geronimo's video submission, these specific issues were outlined by our development team. I hope that their firsthand knowledge on these issues was helpful to you in understanding why amendments to the proposal are needed. Due to time constraints and our desire to ensure that you hear from the affected landowners and other interested parties, I will only briefly outline the requested changes. A reduction in the required setbacks to 250 feet. The larger the setback on each individual parcel, the greater the required footprint of the solar project across the county becomes. A certain number of panels are required to produce the amount of energy required by the power grid operator. For example, the Royerton project is approved for 140 megawatts. So when each parcel is reduced to a smaller center section because of really large setbacks, more acreage has to be placed under lease to complete the project. So larger setbacks encourage the spread of the solar footprint rather than reducing it. There are also significant requirements already in place in the ordinance for visual buffers, so a reduction from 500 to 250 feet does not change the view shed for any neighbor. We're also requesting that setback waivers be modified to allow the non-participating landowner to negotiate up to 75% to be waived. That doesn't mean they have to accept it, but it could significantly reduce the administrative burden of the planning office needing to process multiple variance requests if it can be negotiated in the private sector. We're also asking to remove the additional setbacks that were placed in by the commissioners regarding wetlands and protected areas. There are already state and federal guidelines for how to handle development near these areas, and they do not require that excessive of a setback. The next big item is the deletion of the property value guarantee and the accompanying surety bond. Why have a developer expend such significant funds on a theoretical problem? Legitimate studies have shown stable or even increasing property values for parcels near solar projects. So while solar developers know the risk is extremely low that their development would ever cause a negative impact to property value, and thus a property value guarantee in theory is not risky for us, developers also don't want to throw away money on multiple appraisals for every home in a 1-mile radius and pay hefty bond premiums for a bond that is likely never to be drawn upon. Developers could discuss a property value management section in the EDA with the commissioners, which is negotiated directly with them, allowing them to address any specific concerns that are pertinent to that project and come to a reasonable agreement. But a universal property value guarantee in ordinance is just an unnecessary deal killer. Additional access road requirement, we are requesting that section be deleted. It damages soil and it is unnecessary as a full fire and safety plan is part of the development plan submission. Finally, the number of bonds required overall is unnecessary and cost prohibitive to developers. The current proposal would require 6 different bonds. We request the new proposals be stricken and only the bonds required in the original ordinance remain. Geronimo has started discussions with the county on proposed economic development agreement terms. As you've seen in neighboring counties, these agreements can provide for a number of financial benefits to the county and direct contributions to the community, everything from fire trucks to playground equipment to updated roadways. I know my client has a solid history of giving back to the communities in which they have a presence. The amount they donate is based upon the megawatts of power produced there. For the Royerton project, this would result in approximately $700,000 over 20 years being granted to the Delaware County community through a charitable fund. You were provided with my client's recommended red lines to the proposal. We request that this be the version you send back to the commissioners with a positive recommendation of approval. To approve it as proposed will result in a loss of responsible economic growth in this county, and that is something we cannot afford. So let's work together to ensure this ordinance meets the standards set forth in the comprehensive plan for the county, which clearly indicates that support for and even incentives to green energy production as a way to preserve farmland long-term and provide a stable source of income for our farmland owners, as well as an economic boost to the entire county. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, our first, next speaker is Gary Gates. Gary Gates. And then going forward, each person now has 2.5 minutes. After Mr. Gates will be Charles Lancaster.
Good evening. This 21-page ordinance was written through the lens of a non-participating residential owner, specifically neighborhood setting. Not all of the proposed solar farms are next to small residential lots. Our small family farm is part of the Hawthorne Solar Farm project and comes in contact with 5 non-participating property owners. 2 of the owners have no dwellings. 2 other owners have farmland with 3 dwellings, based on GPS app, from the edge of their lawn to the property line is roughly 609 feet for the first house, 773 feet from the second house, and the third sets back 884 feet. The space between the edge of their lawns and the property line is the non-participating owner's farmland. The dwelling of the last property owner that sets back roughly 568 feet from Gregory Road and the property line, and it is separated by a thick woods and a pond. My request, when there's over 500 feet of farmland and or woods between a non-participating dwelling and a property line, is to treat that non-participating owner property with the same setbacks as those that contain no dwelling. It appears there's three main concerns addressed in this ordinance: using good quality farmland, decreased property value, and unsightly appearance. Let's take a further look into the concerns traveling down McGuire and Fusion Roads. Meyer, Gill Brothers, Greg Hubler, Magnet, Campact, Northwest Plaza, and the Muncie Mall. All of these developments took good quality farmland, potential decreased property values. All of these developments have neighborhoods within a mile, and unsightly appearances with increased traffic and lights on and off throughout the day and night. There's one big difference between these developments and the solar farms. When the solar panels are removed, the land can and will be turned back into farmland. That won't happen with Meyer, all the other previously mentioned businesses. In essence, solar farms helps prevent urban sprawl. I have a question for the commissioners and the Plan Commission. Is the county government allowed to disregard Indiana code? I ask this because Indiana Code 8-1-42-10 states solar setback is 50 feet from non-participating property line, 250 feet from a non-participating dwelling unless a landscape buffer is installed. It also states on page 3, the legislation does not present the reduced setbacks as an option for counties to adopt, but rather as a required standard that the county must meet or be less restrictive. Thank you.
Charles Lancaster, and then Joe Russell.
As you said, my name's Charles Lancaster. I live at 11501 North 100 West, Muncie, Indiana. I leased my land to the Rorton Solar Project to stabilize and supplement my farm income, to offset the ever-increasing property taxes and other related expenses. Further, the project will enhance the soil health of my ground and be financially rewarding to Delaware County and Delta schools. I would request that you align the ordinances in a manner that the Rorton Solar Project can proceed and be profitable. So to align the ordinances, you would need to make some changes. Thank you.
Joe Russell, and then Sarah Williams.
Hello to the Plan Commission members. I want to make some recommendations. The first being to adopt Marta Moody's original solar ordinance. I served on the committee that helped put that together. It would take us back to the pre-moratorium time when Delaware County was filled with optimism about potential of solar energy, heralding it as an opportunity to embrace clean energy, create jobs, and boost local economy. Number two, solar agreements signed under Marta Moody's ordinance, which all four were, should be governed under that ordinance, ensuring consistency, clarity for both developers and residents. I agree that the setbacks are excessive at 500 or more feet, and they should be, as stated earlier, 250 or 50 feet. the large setbacks create a lot of wasted land. The visual and auditory differences between solar installations at 250 feet and 500 feet are negligible. Increased setbacks waste resources. Number 4, all property value guarantee language should be removed. It is an unfounded and unnecessary stipulation. And a lot of that's based on view sheds. And I just want to state that the view sheds that everyone likes, and I like my corn and beans too, but the view sheds you see out of your house, they're owned by the landowners and managed by the farmers. And the adjacent landowners' homes don't put anything into it. Demanding compensation for the loss of view shed is asking for benefits on something they do not own. So kind of in conclusion, the current push for more restrictive solar ordinances would harm Delaware County's economy, limit property rights, and put us at a disadvantage compared to neighboring counties, especially in agriculture. Instead of limiting progress, we should embrace the future of clean energy and allow our farmers and residents to benefit from the opportunities from solar energy. So I want to thank you if you support MARTA's original document.
So Sarah Williams and then Holly Hanauer.
Good evening. Sarah Williams, 504 North Mackenzie Street. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. The short session of the General Assembly coming in January 2026 may result in the state telling counties what we must do about utility regulation. Opposition from county officials killed the Republican bill, House Bill 1628, last session. If the law had been passed, it would have shifted authority of large-scale utility infrastructure projects from local governments over to the state. But contention over House Bill 1628 indicates that the struggle is far from being settled. Republican Representative Ed Soliday, who chairs the House Utilities Committee where HB 1628 was assigned, stressed during the 2025 legislative session the necessity to support the state's growing energy needs. Equally important, Representative Soliday contended, is a transition from coal to more reliable and cost-effective power sources that can sustain the influx of data centers and other economic development ventures coming to Indiana. He has been quoted as saying, "There's $50 billion worth of new business that wants to come to Indiana. 50 billion. They want renewable energy. Why? Not because they're woke. It's because they want to sell to a market that wants a reduced carbon footprint. That's what the market is. That's why they're asking for it. Maybe we should just tell them, not here. We want to be an agricultural tourist state." Soliday concluded by saying, "But sooner or later, we've got to move past this and decide who we want to be and where the limits of local control are. If we're going to have 92 counties set energy policy for the state, buy some candles. We're not going to be able to meet the demand for electricity." The ordinance before you now is an obvious short-sighted attempt to stop the development of solar. I ask that you move to reinstate Marta Moody's solar ordinance. Thank you.
Holly Hanauer and then Linda Hansen.
Good evening. I'd like to talk about some lessons that Delaware County can learn from Randolph County's experience with utility solar. At a recent meeting about the financial benefits of renewables, 2 officials from Randolph County shared their success stories. Most striking was how Randolph County creatively used 10 to 12-year tax abatements and economic development agreements. The money the solar company would have paid in taxes was waived through a tax abatement agreement, and in exchange, the company still pays the amount it would have paid in property taxes each year, but via an economic development agreement. The advantage to this exchange is that the county can spend economic development money on any number of projects with no restrictions. If they had only property tax money to work with, they wouldn't have been able to make the improvements in their county and have that choice. This economic development plan has resulted in nearly $69 million in unrestricted funds for Randolph County when all of its projects are completed. Beginning in 2026, the solar company will start paying property taxes too on its first completed project, and more tax revenue will start being collected in the 2030s as EDAs for other projects end. So far, from the money received from renewables from 2014 to May 2025, Randolph County has had nearly $10 million extra dollars to spend as they choose on bridge repairs, fairgrounds improvements, payments to 3 schools in Randolph County, upgrades to the courthouse's HVAC, at least 1 new emergency vehicle, improvements for streets, sidewalks, parks, and water and wastewater infrastructure. And in addition, the solar company that operates in Randolph County has made more than $500,000 in philanthropic donations since 2022. If you recommend the ordinance before you instead of the Marta Moody ordinance, it will send the signal that Delaware County is closed for business because none of the solar companies will be able to build, and we will lose out on these potential benefits. Thank you for your time.
Linda Hansen. Tim Hines.
Good evening. I'm Linda Hansen, speaking for the League of Women Voters of Muncie, Delaware County. We are a century-old nonpartisan organization. The League of Women Voters supports and promotes an open government system that is representative, accountable, and responsive. Citizens have the right to know what their elected and appointed representatives are doing. The proposed solar ordinance that you have before you purports to resolve an issue, unstated, as was the reason for the moratorium on the ordinance still under moratorium. Unlike the proposed ordinance, the one under moratorium at least was crafted transparently. The process was cumbersome, but proponents, opponents, and neutral parties all had their say through officially appointed study committees for the initial Marta Moody ordinance and the amended one still under moratorium. The process followed the procedures of the county commissioners and the Delaware-Muncie Metropolitan Plan Commission. Along the rocky path of our solar ordinance implementation, League members conducted considerable research to educate themselves and one another in order to develop a position that would achieve consensus among members. Timing meant that we were calling for an end to the current county commissioners' moratorium on solar development. Our position? We support utility-scale solar as an important factor in responsible resource management that reduces our reliance on non-sustainable energy sources, products, and processes that damage the environment and endanger wildlife, biodiversity, and human health. We therefore urge the enactment of an ordinance that embraces the transition to clean energy by approving responsibly vetted proposals on a case-by-case basis. In advance of the last Plan Commission public meeting on solar ordinance, we submitted a petition signed by 400 people who support solar in Delaware County. It's time to enact an ordinance that would allow solar companies to build in Delaware County. We urge you to reinstate the Marta Moody ordinance under which solar companies first signed contracts with Delaware County farmers. Farmers and solar companies both have been left in limbo too long. Thank you for your time.
Tim Hines and Jacob Runyon.
Good evening. Tim Hines with Central Midwest Carpenters. Solar energy projects bring sustainable benefits to our local workforce, especially for skilled tradesmen. Most of these projects, I hear this is short-term work. Really for a tradesman, every job is short-term, some shorter than others. So we're always working ourselves out of a job. But keep in mind that though these are somewhat short-term projects, a year or two, they are not short-term roles. The workers gain valuable experience in a fast-growing industry with skills that transfer to future renewable and infrastructure projects. Solar development supports good-paying jobs, builds workforce capacity, and strengthens the economy foundation of our county. The proposed ordinance severely restricts solar development in Delaware County, which has a direct negative impact on the carpenters as well as other tradesmen who benefit from working on these projects. We request you reduce the setbacks to 250 feet from residential dwellings to the solar array and remove the property value guarantee requirement. We urge you to adopt these requests into the solar ordinance as we believe they are reasonable and allow these developers to responsibly continue their work in our community. Thank you.
Jacob Runyon and Linda Ritchie.
Hello, I'm Jacob Runyon with the Central Midwestern Regional Council of Carpenters as well. I'd like to start with the same understanding that Tim had, that I hear these projects often referred to as short-term projects in our community. However, the economic impact will be long-lasting. You see some of us spend 30-plus years chasing these short-term projects. The effect is felt in our community to be everlasting. This includes retirement provided for our members through our pension and annuity plans, health insurance provided to these families by our contractors, and a livable wage ensured to those working on these projects by our contractors as well. By using these same local union workers, you increase the revenue stream into the local businesses because these workers live and work in the same community that they're building. They don't spend the money in other communities that have nothing invested in this project. They spend it here supporting the family they chose to raise and provide for in Delaware County and maybe just up the road in a neighboring community. I represent 213 skilled trade workers here in Delaware County and a total of 597 members across East Central Indiana. These families could directly benefit from having a project of this scale brought to their community, and these numbers could be expected to grow with additional worker needs in fulfilling these contractors' requirements of these jobs.
Linda Ritchie and David Clifford.
I'm Linda Ritchie. We are part of the Metaforge project in Gaston. When the whole process started, I'm one of those researchers. I believe in being a good steward of our ground, what we have been allowed to own. We were so impressed with some of the things with solar, we now have our own solar system. We're very pleased with it. When we did sign, we signed less than 40% of what we own in farm ground. Part of diversity, what all farmers are looking at. It allows our ground to rest. We're looking at the future for our family. In regards to the setbacks, I think this is a big waste of farm ground. For every, and I use 50-foot setbacks as a basis, for every 500-foot setback, every 100 foot is an acre. When you look at it in terms of that, that's a lot of acreage that's not being used. That acreage is also, as far as I'm concerned, an attractive nuisance. You have snowmobilers, four-wheelers, maybe even horseback riders that will look at this as, oh, this is open ground. We can use this. Who's going to monitor that? The animal corridors, I refer to as a quarter of death. We are funneling deer in a narrow area. What are our hunters going to do? Oh my, find a farm or an owner that owns something next to it, set up our stand, and we will be having a guarantee of that. Deer will find their own way. Property value guarantee, I think, should be eliminated because I really don't think it's going to be any worse than what they already have. If you have to give them something, give them a flat fee, call it a nuisance fee. Randolph County is doing that with what they call a nuisance fee for putting up with what goes on during construction. Thank you.
David Clifford, and then Cheryl Swingley.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for the opportunity to comment on the proposed solar ordinance. My name is David Clifford. I'm a senior associate at Invenergy, working on the Meadow Forge project. That's the Gaston project. I want to focus my remarks on Invenergy's biggest concern with the proposed ordinance, and that would be Section 11, the property value guarantee. As in 2023, we question the enforceability of an ordinance requiring two private parties to enter into a private agreement. If developers are required to sign a property value guarantee agreement with all neighbors within a half mile of the project, it allows holdouts to have a veto power over a potential solar project, which, given the goals stated and the processes laid out in this ordinance, does not appear to be the goal, to say nothing of infringing on private property rights. Another concern we have with the proposed property value guarantee is that it does not establish criteria for what caused the decrease in property values. As written, the ordinance does not consider factors outside of the developer's control. For example, if property values fell from a dip in the housing market or a regional or global recession, would solar developers be liable for that decrease in property value? The ordinance doesn't define that. More locally, the way the ordinance is written, from the time a solar project is announced to 12 months post-construction, it sets up a multi-year window that a solar developer has a direct interest in the maintenance and preservation of property that they do not own, nor do they have access to. The developer would have no right to ensure that a project neighbor is maintaining their home or their land with proper upkeep or investments to maintain the value. Again, it seems that a solar developer would be held liable for damages or deterioration it had no ability to prevent or cure. I want to spend my remainder of my time talking about ways that the solar ordinance has already addressed some neighbor concerns. And there's a lot here, but I just want to highlight a few. The ordinance already calls for decommissioning and restoration plans. It has a land use limitation limiting the amount of farm ground that can go into solar. It has extensive buffers and screening and landscape requirements in place to protect viewshed. It has extensive ground cover requirements requiring native plants, erosion control plans, as well as topsoil preservation plans as well. There are emergency fire safety plans and panel safety certifications. A lot of concerns that we hear from neighbors about solar we feel are already addressed in the ordinance. Adding a property value guarantee would add an unworkable burden to this ordinance, and we would recommend its removal. So thank you very much.
Cheryl Swingley and Mike Catrone.
Good evening. The document before you tonight is not a list of amendments to an ordinance, which is under moratorium. That was the impression that I think that some of you had from the Plan Commission meeting that I watched. It's a brand new ordinance. The brand new ordinance does not resemble the ordinance under moratorium. This ordinance is 20 pages long versus 10 pages. In addition, the new ordinance before you covers utility solar, residential solar, and battery storage. The ordinance under moratorium only covers utility storage. I am the one who provided you with the marked up copy of the new ordinance. as well as the 20 motions that probably need to be made to make this new ordinance even workable if you want solar and if you want the revenue that comes from solar. So please note that you're not looking at amendments. You are looking at a totally new ordinance. As a result, I'd like to note some of the most disturbing parts before you vote on the new ordinance. In the decommissioning section, it's really a sloppy document. It shouldn't even be under consideration at this time. This new ordinance would allow pilings or the steam beams to remain behind because they are not mentioned as items to be removed in the decommissioning plan. That certainly ensures that the farmland can't be farmed if you got these little things poking up all over your land. Those are always removed. The last plan commission to consider a solar ordinance used taxpayer money to pay a consultant who told them that the property value guarantee section in the ordinance under moratorium had to be removed. It's back in the new ordinance. It needs to be taken out, according to your consultant that you paid for with taxpayer money. What is prime farmland? No one knows. There's no map. This ordinance says we can only build solar on 20% of prime farmland. According to Indiana law, prime farmland is any land that's been farmed historically. Well, that stops solar in its tracks because all the ground being considered for solar has been farmed before any of us was probably even alive. Setbacks are 500 feet when the state recommends 250. Such extreme setbacks cause prime farmland to be wasted. And with the groundwater section, are we concerned with the level of groundwater or the quality of groundwater? The word quality probably needs to be inserted. Again, solar panels do not leak toxic chemicals. Thank you.
Okay, Mike Catrone, and then Karen Irving Marino.
I'm Mike Catron. I want to thank you guys for the time to speak this evening. Recently, a fiber optic cable was installed in the side ditch of one of our farms without our permission. I called the county engineer's office and was told that the county only has control from the edge of the road to the edge of the road, that only in platted subdivisions do they have anything in the side ditch, and then they could not help me because the work in the side ditch the county has no control over once you get past the edge of the road. That being the case, the county needs to get out of my fields and let my family make the decisions of what's best for our land and well-being, as we have done for 189 years in Hamilton Township. Our family grows energy. We grow corn that becomes ethanol and DDGs for feed. We grow soybeans that become soy oil for biodiesel, cooking oil, bean meal as feed for livestock. Then we eat the livestock and make energy of it for our own use. Solar is 31 times more efficient than corn for ethanol in producing energy, and probably at least 75% of Delaware County's corn goes to ethanol. It has been said that once land is under solar panels, it can never be farmed again. This is not true. Allowing the soil to lay in fallow and regenerate will make it richer and more productive. This is not only my opinion, but the books of Exodus and Leviticus in the Old Testament address the importance of letting land lay in rest and regenerate. If you must control my land, adopt the ordinance prepared by Marta Moody and the group that worked with her, or adopt Indiana state guidelines. Thank you.
Karen Irving Marino, and then Justin Stevens.
Thank you to the Planning and Economic Commissioners for listening to what we had to say tonight. Dear committee members, I am a community member in Delaware County. This is part of the estate of the late Ralph D. Irving with Barbara, Karen, and David involved. The property is located at 11,000 North County Road 100 West, and we are a participant in the Rorton Solar Project. We were approached 4.5 years ago. This started in February of 2021. So this has not been just something that happened recently. So that's how long this project has been going on. I'm writing to urge to not adopt the county commissioner's ordinance recommendations and make the following changes to the proposed solar ordinance, June 2025. Delaware County would benefit in general from the money from the Rorton Solar Project has to add to the tax base. Our property taxes are at an all-time record high, with assessments being looked at as what we can do to lower our individual property taxes in Delaware County. Well, here we have something maybe that will work. The Rorton Solar Project is important to my family and the farming operations because it gives another option for generating money to offset the rising price of seed, fertilizer, crop sharing, and the lower cost obtained for beans and corn each year. The government did come out with, they did release a check for the difference in 2024 and 25. By not adopting the proposed Rorton Solar Ordinance recommendations, it would be a good way, not adopting, it would be a good way to subsidize farm income for our family and put the money back for better financial position. Like our neighboring Blackford, Jay County, Grant County, Randolph County, they all seem to be moving forward when we seem to be standing still. The proposed severely restricts utility-scale solar development and therefore prevents our community from receiving the economic benefits from this project. Where, as you can see, we would put workers to work at the union, the carpenters union. Please reduce the setbacks from 250 feet from the solar array to residential properties. These setbacks are unreasonable. In closing, just take a look and see what we can do, because I think this project would benefit Delaware County. Thank you.
Justin Stevens, and then Sue Arrington.
Yes, hello. My name's Justin Stevens. I live on 309 North Truett Road here in Muncie. With the good and the bad, I've lived in Muncie my entire life. My dad worked at New Venture Gear. We watched them close their doors, and he spent the rest of his career in Fort Wayne. Love our area. My grandpa owns about 700 to 1,000 acres out there. He farms every year, and we really want the best for our community. I have a 5-year-old daughter. Those kind of things have just really put my eyes in the right directions as I've, grown up, become a dad, a husband, and when these solar farms first came to Indiana, I'm also a journeyman carpenter with the Carpenters Union. When these solar farms came, a lot of us, especially the guys that grew up in farms and stuff, man, our antennas were up. We just, didn't think very well or very positive about these solar farms. So, as you can see, I didn't prepare nothing to speak tonight, didn't even really plan on it, but I just felt kind of obligated to share a boots on the ground experience with you guys. When the solar farms hit, me and my blood brother, we because of the money that was being offered in the door, we took advantage. We took a leap of faith and went out there and seen what it was all about. And it really did just change the way that I see all of it. Guys, again, I farmed with my grandpa my entire life as a kid. I know what goes into that. I know damages, and I know what a lot of the pesticides and the anhydrous, and that's just another talk for another time. But what I want to share with you is these solar projects are not as detrimental to the ground as the farming is. And I just promise you they're hitting the nail on the head on this stuff. 2, I've started and I've completed 2 of the biggest solar projects in Indiana as a foreman, a general foreman, and assistant superintendent. Start to finish. The amount of money these projects bring into these communities, just economically, it is a success. I've watched gas stations being built, sidewalks being fixed, roads being fixed, Dollar Generals being built. All of the small businesses in the communities, they all prosper from these projects. And I just want to share, guys, that, hey, I see the support out here today for our community, and I support that so much. I just want everybody to know that it's not as detrimental as you think. And I, for one, it's been great for me, my family, and all of these guys as well. Thank you.
Okay, Sue Arrington, and then Annette Rose.
Good evening. I'm State Representative Sue Arrington, and I live in Muncie. Like several of the speakers before me, I urge you to reject the proposal that's in front of you and instead support the Marta Moody ordinance and pass it on to the commissioners. In the time that I have left, I'd like to devote my comments to paragraph 11 in the current, the version that's in front of you, regarding property value guarantees. When property value guarantee language was proposed in 2022, you removed it on the advice of your consultant because it would be unenforceable, she said, if a solar company challenged it. Various companies already had signed agreements with the county that did not include a property value guarantee language. In addition, no other industry is subjected to such a limiting requirement. Those obstacles have not changed. Some adjacent property owners are worried that the value of their homes will decrease because of the proximity to a solar installation. I get it. A home is the largest investment most people make. However, this fear isn't backed up by facts. Multiple studies of the relationship of wind and solar farms and property values have been published over the last several years. Those studies put to rest the fears. People just need to know about them. You can find a number of those studies in a research publication by Michael Hicks, the director of the Center for Business and Economic Research at Ball State University. One of the studies that he includes in his group of studies is a Cohen-Resnick study done in 2023. And I understand that they have done another study, more recent, a current one, for Geronimo that they have placed in your packets. So I hope that you take a good look at those at that study. They analyzed the adjoining property sales and comparable sales for various places in Indiana as well as some other states. And they found that nearness to the solar farms did not have a detriment to sales of nearby agricultural land and residential family homes. So thank you for your attention.
Annette Rose, and then James Moore.
Marionette Rose from 8420 South, 560 East Selma. I'm here today to talk about the draft of Section 13 and how it confuses residential solar systems with commercial and utility scale systems, and it is likely not in compliance with existing ordinances of our county and with state laws. Delaware County already has a residential roof and ground-mounted ordinance with a 3-foot setback from the neighbor's property. Solar panels are classified as accessory use structures in Article 9, Section 14.1.2. In addition, state statute IC 36.728 addresses residential solar and prohibits a unit from adopting any ordinance which has the effect of prohibiting or of unreasonably restricting the use of solar energy systems other than for the protection of public health. The state also recently passed HEA 1196, which allows homeowners to challenge no solar restrictions in their HOA agreements. And if these challenges are successful, they can put solar on their houses. Residential solar must be removed from this version of the proposed solar ordinance, and it is in paragraph 1. The ordinance should be narrowed to utility and commercial solar, which is the focus of Marta Moody ordinance and is the ordinance that should be recommended by you. The information about battery storage should also be removed. A local ordinance isn't necessary because battery storage requirements are controlled by the state. HEA 1173 regulates utility-scale battery energy storage systems. Companies planning to install battery storage facilities have to apply to the state to do so, not the county. Before a county battery storage ordinance is considered, it should be determined what control the county actually has over such facilities. It is evident that both the residential solar and battery storage sections of this proposed ordinance overreach and are not in compliance with state law. They need to be removed. In addition, the intent of the Section 13 is to encourage the use and development of renewable energy systems that enhance energy conservation efforts and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As currently stated, it will squelch those intents.
James Moore and Sarah Vitale.
Hello, my name is James Moore. I live at 10660 East State Road 2867 in Albany. I, along with my two brothers, are co-owners of one of the properties in the Albany project. I don't know that I can add a lot to what's already been said this evening, but as you know, we've been in limbo for over 6 years relating to solar farm ordinance. The ordinance that was passed under the supervision of Marta Moody was perfectly acceptable to us, but in the meantime, the voice of naysayers have gained a lot of prominence. I've heard the old adage, the squeakiest wheel gets the most grease. But I've been in meetings in this very room where some of the opposition was very rude and crude. And some do not have any dog in the fight. They're not stakeholders. It's my feeling that we're obstructing economic progress in Delaware County and trampling on the rights of property owners. The 500-foot proposed setback is totally unacceptable. That's nearly 2 football fields in length of setbacks. I don't understand the rationale behind that. I think it's merely a means of killing the project. The additional 450 feet from the original proposal becomes wasted space. It doesn't enhance the aesthetics. I'm not sure why some people are so concerned with the aesthetics of a solar farm. Some of my neighbors have 5 or 6 derelict cars in their front yards. But I think, I'm just afraid that many of these restrictions are an attempt to scuttle the project. I've listened to a person in Randolph County who was the liaison between the county government and landowners, and they tell me that there's been nothing but a win-win situation for Randolph County. I believe we're being robbed of the opportunity to substantially increase our income, and as a retiree on a fixed income, the additional income stream is very much needed. I urge you to pass the original ordinance by Marta Moody. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Vitale, then Tom Strack.
Hi. I want to preface that the views I expressed today are mine and not the views of my employer. So first, thank you very much for taking the decision before you seriously. Obviously, many people care about this, and I appreciate that you're listening to each and every one of us. I'm here to speak against the ordinance on the table and in favor of the Marta Moody ordinance. I am the chair of Muncie Resists, an indivisible group here in Delaware County. Our group supports utility solar, and we have 285 dues-paying members. Many of them are in the room. In total, they sent almost 900 postcards to the commissioners and members of the Plan Commission, urging the passage of the Marta Moody Ordinance. We believe that utility solar is not only good for our future well-being, but it's also good for business in Delaware County. Counties like Blackford, Jay, and Randolph have already realized that. Many Muncie Resist members, including myself, sent emails to the commissioners in support of the Marta Moody Ordinance. Unfortunately, we were criticized for writing emails with similar messages. I was confused by the criticism, especially coming from an elected official. Emails expressing the same or similar views are one key way that people lobby state and federal officials. The employees in their offices keep track of how many they receive in favor or opposed and communicate this to the office holder. Why isn't this then a perfectly reasonable way to communicate with local officials? We were all sharing a message that we believe in. We believe that the ordinance before you is detrimental to the well-being of Delaware County residents. We implore you to consider the good of the many, including the good of farmers who already had contracts with the solar companies, the good of future generations who deserve clean energy, the good of residents who deserve a county that's open for business, over the views of a few. We urge you, therefore, to reinstate the Marta Moody Ordinance instead. Thank you.
Okay, Tom Strack, then Dan Barry.
I don't know if I can get this close enough.
We can hear you.
I'll move up. Sorry I'm being the short guy, but thank you. Didn't think of that. I'm Tom Strack. I live at 5501 North Moore in Muncie in the Farmington Neighborhood Association. Just the third house down from where it curves to Westmore, I'm the one with the 21 solar panels on my roof. And we are recent, my wife and I are recent transplants from Michigan. Michigan will always be our home, but we've met a lot of people in Muncie that we have become close friends with and really do like the community. And so anyway, I just want to first thank you for the time to speak. I want to thank you for your board service because I've been on enough boards over the years. I know you don't hear many thank yous, or I suspect you don't. But I'm speaking more from the heart than some of these people that have done their homework and know all these measurements, et cetera. My wife and I have been married for 52 years, and I think except for the first 3 or 4 college years, we've recycled ever since. We now take a Odyssey load of styrofoam to Indianapolis whenever we have that much styrofoam gathered together from friends and neighbors, and they recycle it at rapid force. So we're very much concerned about the footprint we want to leave on this planet when it's our time to be off it. And so we wanted solar in Michigan. We lived in the last house for 36 years, and we had trees all around it. So basically, you don't really want to cut down trees to install solar. But property values, I have heard that mentioned a few times. We have a niece that lives in Michigan, in Muskegon. She's been a property manager for her properties and her husband's properties and several other people. And so I asked her, I said, Jill, what's it going to do to our property values? And she said, well, it can kind of go either way. And I said, well, let me send you pictures. So I sent her a picture, and we have covenants in our neighborhood association. I sent her pictures of the house on the north side of me, and she said, put the panels up. So we did, and we did a lot of research beforehand. My wife is a retired librarian. We've also discovered articles from farmers about the pros of solar farming, and I would really recommend to people to dig into it a little bit more, to do everything to promote solar for our future. Thank you.
Dan Barry, then Lisa Oliver.
Good evening. My name is Dan Barry. I live at 2901 East County Road 800 North in Eaton, Indiana. I'd like to start tonight with, here's what we know. Humble leadership works. The transmission lines in Delaware County are built and waiting for new infrastructure to be able to connect to the electrical grid. Due to the misinformation and lack of understanding the way the electrical grid works, this particular topic of new energy options and opportunities is overwhelming to some, but not all. There were comments and concerns from commissioners about stormwater and floodplains in our county. I would like to assure the members of the Plan Commission when they express this concern about building utility scale solar in Delaware County. Let this be known, the county has a 75-foot easement for the regulated drains on my property. Since the utility scale solar panels are 3 feet above the ground, there will be no problem with any type of what you may refer to as a floodplain. The water does not exceed the 75 feet in width from a regulated drain. The water is only temporary, and our crops continue to thrive up until harvest. There will be no utility scale solar panels built in these areas. Give utility solar companies and farmers that wish to diversify their land credit. Our developers that we have contracts with have professionals on staff that we are working with to evaluate flood areas, and only interested in building where land requirements are precisely studied as a workable project. The utility scale solar companies use the latest technology to monitor the viability of our land. The purpose of my testimony to you this evening is to recommend the reinstatement of the Marta Moody ordinance that was in effect when I signed my contract with the utility scale solar developer to build on my land about 4 years ago. Thank you.
Lisa Oliver, and then Phil Gift. Or Grift, maybe.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Oliver, Marketing and Communication Manager at the Center for Energy Education. We're a nonprofit focused on renewable energy education and community engagement. We work closely with local government, schools, and stakeholders across Indiana to support informed decision-making on energy, infrastructure, and land use. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input tonight and want to commend you for taking time to revisit the solar ordinance with care and local consideration. I'd like to focus on two specific areas: setbacks and property value guarantees. First, regarding setbacks, the current draft includes a 500-foot setback requirement. While we understand the goal is to create a buffer for neighboring properties, our experience in other counties suggests that a more practical setback of 250 feet is both effective and more workable. Many Indiana counties have used setbacks in that range successfully, often paired with screening such as evergreen tree buffers to provide year-round visual coverage. Importantly, larger setbacks don't just add space, they expand the overall size of the project. When more land must be set aside for spacing, developers need to secure more acreage to meet the same megawatt goal. A smaller setback actually helps keep solar compact, reducing the impact on neighboring land and minimizing land consumption overall. Second, on property value guarantees. These are often proposed as a way to protect adjacent landowners, but in practice, they're very difficult to fairly implement. Home values are influenced by a wide range of factors: interest rate, economic trends, neighborhood dynamics, and even school performance. There's simply no reliable way to isolate the impact of a solar project from these market forces. Attempting to do so can lead to disputes, uncertainty, and unintended consequences. Our organization doesn't advocate for or against specific projects. Our role is to equip communities like ours with the objective information so you can make informed choices that serve your residents well now and into the future. Thank you.
Phil Grift, and Hunter Jones.
Thank you. My name is Phil Gift. My name is Phil Gift. I live in Gaston, Indiana. I'm running for Indiana House District 35. And I just wanted to comment that I can't believe we're still here discussing solar panels. We had a very sound policy in place. We now have another policy that I think is nothing more than a red herring, and we need to focus on what's important, and that is a person's right as an individual landowner to optimize their income from their land. Now, many of us talk about we don't want to see the solar panels for the aesthetics, and we think that crops are very good to look at. I agree with every one of them. I'd rather see crops than solar panels. But by extension, many of us would rather see native hardwood forests. Now, that's not realistic because for centuries and generations and generations, people in this area have worked very hard to clear their land. And I mean very hard. It wasn't easy a lot of years ago as it is now. And what this board is doing is denying them that right to use that land to optimize their income. I think if they want to put solar panels on their land, that's their right to put solar panels on their land, and there should be no inhibition for that. It should not be inhibited, and so that's basically it. For a long time, anybody involved in farming was basically forced to, and sometimes literally, put all their eggs in one basket. Now, we have a new opportunity for our landowners to diversify their income, and that's pretty much a sound business policy for whatever business you're involved in. So I think that we need to stop foot dragging on this. We need to go with the Marta Moody policy. It was sound, and we need to show some respect for our individual landowners to optimize their income potential on their land. I thank you.
Okay, Hunter Jones, and then Rich.
Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Hunter Jones, and I represent the Indiana Conservative Alliance for Energy. We're a conservative clean energy education and advocacy nonprofit. We work to lead Indiana toward an all-of-the-above energy policy that drives economic growth, strengthens energy security, upholds private property rights, all while leveraging advanced energy opportunities. I'm here tonight because Delaware County is at a crossroads. According to USDA data, which I first came across in the Muncie Star Press, the county produces about $85 million less in agricultural value each year than the average of surrounding counties. Over the past 25 years, Jay County has quadrupled Delaware's output, in part because their leaders have embraced opportunities: livestock, ethanol, wind, and solar, while Delaware County is not. Utility-scale solar projects are one of the few tools that can bring millions of dollars in private investment, generate stable tax revenue without burdening schools or roads, and give farmers additional income to keep their land in production. These projects are voluntary, temporary, and reversible at the end of a project's life, very different from permanent industrial or housing developments. It's understandable to want safeguards, but its restrictions should be reasonable. Many neighboring counties have found balanced standards that protect neighbors while allowing projects to move forward. Delaware County can do the same and stay competitive in attracting new agricultural and energy investment. This is about giving local farmers more choices, keeping the door open for future opportunities, and making sure the next generation can thrive here. I respectfully ask you adopt an ordinance that welcomes responsible renewable energy development while protecting the character of the community. Thank you.
Rick Yentzer, then Aries Drake.
Yes, that's my name. Rick Yentzer, newsman, author of Muncie. I was at a conference not that long ago when somebody asked, well, what happens when the lights go out? And that was in response to Indiana's power grid. Energy system is under stress right now. As somebody mentioned, you know, we've got billions in development coming here. The new threat, it's not sun or wind, which has been denied in this county, I don't know how long, the last few years. The threat's data centers, and we've got one here that's taking up energy and water. And like the governor said the other day, I think he was at that thing back in May, that we've only got about 20 gigawatts of power in this state, and those data centers take up about 2% all the time. You're ignoring the real need around here, and that is energy. And you'll be the first to be blamed when there is no renewable energy here, because there hasn't been. This ordinance speaks to it, that you don't want it. You've denied wind already. And let me tell you, this is more personal to me than what you might think, because we've got family up in Blackford County where a lot of these energy companies, after they couldn't get in here, they went up there. They're spending about $500 million on wind and sun. They've dumped many millions into that community for education, for business, for people. And the new deal is not only dividends on top of lease payments, but free energy for the people who do it. Because a lot of these energy fields, whether they be solar or wind, are going to these data centers. Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook. So you sit here and just go ahead and deny it, because that's what I feel is going to happen here, and then raise our taxes because that's what conservatives are good at. Thank you.
Aries Drake, and then Daniel Straka.
All right, coming through good? So my name is Aries Drake. I am a citizen of Muncie and have been for about 13 years. I studied public administration as well as international economics and policy before I graduated. So I'm here as a citizen who has separate concerns from may be considered the average, but I feel they are important nonetheless. As part of the 2005 Energy Policy Act and Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007, the U.S. government took steps to enhance domestic electricity resilience and security. They did this by having George W. Bush sign in what is known as the Energy Policy of the Department of Defense, which signed into law outlines the benefits of renewable power and called on the DoD to produce or procure 25% of its electricity from renewable sources by 2025. That's our year. Having been raised in a family that's a combination of active and retired military, construction laborers, and medical workers, I am acutely aware of how many things can and do go wrong when you rely too heavily on any one resource. As things tend to go, when a system is under the most stress is when it fails, and that's when you need it the most. Considering the world stage, ongoing economic conflict and warfare has presented a risk to our supply chains in regards to oil and coal, as well as steel and aluminum. I want to live in a world where I can rest easy knowing that should there be supply chain disruptions, we have power for essential services. We need power for our hospitals, our first responders, refrigerators in our pharmacies, and grocery stores. So by diversifying our power sources, we are not only bringing in more tax revenue and jobs to our citizens, it's also providing ourselves an essential service, a necessary safety net in the event of the unthinkable. Acts of God happen all the time. We saw it in Texas, we can see it here. I am in support of the Moody Ordinance because I feel it is more likely for us to get the most out of our land that farmers are offering up freely for the safety of our community. I want our hospitals to have power, our grocery stores to be free of spoiled food, and for elderly folks in assisted living communities to have AC in the event of an emergency. Thank you.
Okay, Daniel Straka.
I'm Daniel Straka. I'm with the Land and Liberty Coalition. We are a project of the Conservative Energy Network. First, I want to say how wonderful it is to have so many people here on both sides who are able to stand together, say the Pledge of Allegiance, and then have a civilized debate over this ordinance. I don't want to take a whole lot of time talking about what other folks on the same side of the proverbial aisle as me has said. Of course, I would like to see the setbacks reduced to the 250 feet and the property value guarantee removed. But above everything else, I would like to see the rights of the private property owners in Delaware County to be upheld. When our country was founded, there was a debate whether we should add the pursuit of life, liberty, and property into the Declaration of Independence. However, the founders settled on the pursuit of happiness. We as residents of the state of Indiana all believe that we are entitled to the property that we have either purchased or inherited. And the folks in Delaware County should have that same right. Unnecessary large setbacks prohibit those landowners to use their land as they choose, and it also closes off Delaware County for business. We've heard a lot about the different tax benefits that you may receive from these projects. I just want you to keep that in mind. But at the top of mind, keep in mind your residents who have made a decision for their financial future. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's all for that section of public comment. We will move on to those in opposition. And we'll start with the attorney, who will be given up to 30 minutes. That's Lauren White.
They should go to the, yeah. You were provided a copy of the briefing and exhibits that are in this binder today, but I'm going to walk through these with you, and I thought it would be nice for you to have this in a hard copy in front of you when we discuss it. Everybody have their binder? Yes? My name is Laureen White. I am an attorney here in Indiana. I've been asked to provide this commission with information regarding the current proposed amendments to the Delaware County Unified Development Ordinance. I represent a number of concerned citizens in Delaware County. The Delaware County concerned citizens or interested parties who will be affected by these proposed amendments. In 1926, in Euclid versus Embler, the United States Supreme Court found that zoning is a valid exercise of police power, which local governments use to protect the public welfare. In 1980, the Indiana General Assembly adopted Indiana's current Home Rule Act.
Under the Act, a local unit of government is granted broad authority to adapt any local law needed for the effective operation of government as to its local affairs. In January of 2022, the Indiana General Assembly adopted default standards for commercial solar energy systems. These are not required rules for counties. Counties are still free to adopt local standards that are more restrictive than those set out by the General Assembly. In fact, the American Planning Association cautions against using these templates, stating, some localities have adopted zoning regulations to address utility-scale solar facilities based on model solar ordinance templates created by state and other agencies for solar energy facilities. However, these ordinances may not be sufficient to communities or to properly mitigate the adverse impacts of these facilities on communities. Many of these initial models released in the early 2010s aim to promote clean energy and have failed to incorporate lessons learned from actual facility development. As you're aware, Indiana Code 367-603 states that a Plan Commission shall pay reasonable regard to 5 criteria when advancing an ordinance amendment. The factors for your Plan Commission to consider are the comprehensive plan, the current conditions and character and structures and use of the district, the most desirable use for which the land in the district is adapted, the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction, and the responsible development and growth. Below, we're going to look at each of these considerations as they relate to the current proposed amendments to the Delaware County ordinance. A review of the Delaware County's comprehensive plan shows how important farming is to the citizens, stating that Delaware County has a deep agricultural heritage and a vast majority of acreage outside of the unincorporated communities is still cultivated and reflects this legacy in farming and rural life. The comprehensive plan goes on to provide additional information regarding the importance of farming in Delaware County, stating that agricultural growth in Delaware County has long been a source of upward economic mobility. While trends in farming have been towards larger farms growing major commodities with fewer and fewer workers, the potential for smaller farms with more local and regional focus that tie into local food industries remains. Maintaining and enhancing the viability of farming as an economic activity is what getting the basics right for rural Delaware County. Supplemental sources of income, new or improved connections to local and regional markets and processors, and reliable public infrastructure are all ways to promote the long-term viability of farming. Not only does the comprehensive plan discuss preservation of farmland and the rural character, it also promotes incentivizing local farms to ensure farm-to-table satisfies the needs of local restaurants, grocers, and residents. Strategic consideration number 2 talks about that. I won't read it to you. You can read it in your binder. In addition to the information in the Delaware County Comprehensive Plan, the preservation of farmland is also supported by a study done at the College of Agriculture and Life Studies at Virginia Tech. CAL's report shows that the world agricultural production isn't growing fast enough to be able to feed an estimated global population of nearly 10 billion people by 2050. Additionally, in December of 2022, the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality issued a report stating that once altered, Virginia's prime agricultural soils and forest land cannot be restored to prime productivity. Currently, the proposed amendments to the Delaware County zoning ordinance allow for a cap of 5,000 acres on the conservation of farmland in Delaware County. The Delaware County Concerned Citizens encourages the Commission to support this amendment. As shown above, the land is extremely valuable. It serves to feed citizens and animals and is an important part of Delaware County's economy. Current conditions and the character of current structures and uses in each district. The second factor to consider is the current conditions and character of the current structures in each district. Page 121 of the Delaware County Comprehensive Plan states, land use and design should reflect local context and character along corridors. Cluster development and large setbacks in rural areas versus compact walkable bikeway development and shallower setbacks. The American Planning Commission, in its memo, states, a primary impact of utility solar facilities is the removal of forest or agricultural land from active use. It is important that planners consider whether the industrial nature of utility-scale solar is compatible with the locality's vision. Equally important are imposing conditions that will enforce the assertions made by applicants regarding the future restoration of the site and denying applicants where those conditions are not feasible. Here, it is clear that placing commercial SES next to residential and agricultural districts will create conflicts with these land uses for the following reasons. Noise. A review of solar lease language shows that solar companies are well aware of the nuisances that they create. The portion provided below is from a solar lease in Jefferson County, Indiana. It states noise, glare, and shadow. Lessee, the solar company, shall have the right in connection with construction, use, and operation of the solar facilities to emit or cause the emission of noise to impact the owner's views of and from property, and to allow or permit the solar facility to cast shadows and to create, cause, and emit glare or shadows onto the property and adjacent properties, and similar field effects. Owner, for itself and on behalf of its successors and assigns, hereby accepts such effects and waives any right to object to such effects and releases the lessee from any claims, damages, liabilities, or losses that the owner may incur therefrom. In your binders under tab 2, you'll find an NIH study on the auditory and non-auditory effects of noise. In the general environment, noise is a common complaint. The most investigated non-auditory health endpoints for noise exposure are perceived disturbance and annoyance. Annoyance is the most prevalent community response in a population exposed to environmental noise. Noise annoyance can result from noise interfering with daily activities, feelings, thoughts, sleep, or rest. It might be accompanied by negative responses like anger, displeasure, exhaustion, or stress-related symptoms. Chronic exposure can cause an imbalance in an organism's homeostasis, which affects metabolism and the cardiovascular system, and increases in established cardiovascular disease risk factors such as blood pressure, blood lipid concentrations, blood viscosity, and blood glucose concentrations. These changes increase the risk of hypertension, arteriocirrhosis, and the related to severe events such as a myocardial infarction and stress. Studies of occupational and environmental epidemiology have shown a higher prevalence and incidence of cardiovascular disease and mortality in high noise exposed groups. Noise effects on children's cognition include communication difficulties, impaired attention, increased arousal, learned helplessness, frustration, noise annoyance, and consequences of sleep disturbance on performance. More than 20 studies have shown environmental noise exposure as a negative effect on children's learning outcomes and cognitive performance, and that children with chronic aircraft, road traffic, or rail noise exposure at school have poor reading ability, memory, and performance on national standardized testing. The WHO Community Noise Guidelines suggest that the background sound pressure level should not exceed a level of 35 dBA during teaching sessions. Interventional studies and natural experiments have shown that the reduction in noise exposure from insulation or the closure of the airports that are associated suggests that noise reduction would eliminate the effects on cognition. Delaware County Concerned Citizens request that the commercial SES sound level found on page 11 of the proposed amendments of the Delaware County Ordinance be reduced to 30 dBA. Hazardous materials and environmental contamination. The EPA has regulations relating toxicity, characteristics, leaching procedures, standards to address materials that may cause toxic poisoning due to direct contact or leaching into the soil and groundwater. Photovoltaic panels are one of the materials that the EPA regulates. To ensure we're clear about the materials in these PV panels, I have provided a copy of the material safety data sheet for thin film photovoltaic copper, indium, gallium. It's under your tab 3. The MSDS shows cadmium sulfate dust and other metal contaminants may be deposited on the surface of the product as a byproduct of manufacturing. It lists the potential health risks. On October 1st, 2024, IDEM drafted a report on the decommissioning and disposal of solar panels and wind power equipment. IDEM determined that hazardous waste testing on solar panels in the marketplace has indicated that different varieties of solar panels have different metals present in the semiconductor and solder. Some of these metals, like lead and cadmium, are harmful to human health and the environment at high levels. If these metals are present in high enough quantities in the solar panels, solar panel waste can be hazardous waste under RCRA. Some solar panels are considered hazardous waste and some are not, even within the same model and manufacturer. Potential hazards in environmental management. The presence of a PV system as well as battery energy storage produces unique hazards to emergency crews. First responders need specialized training and equipment tailored to the unique hazards these systems present. Specifically, specialized training and tools such as side-by-side vehicles may be necessary to manage these emergencies safely and effectively. As of the date of this filing, emergency crews in Delaware County have not been properly trained to deal with an emergency event occurring at a solar facility. Effects on wildlife. Solar projects have been shown to cause negative impact on wildlife. The cause of these effects is not yet fully understood. However, one thing is clear: birds and bats avoid areas covered by solar panels. In addition, the removal of land from farm production has an impact on the remaining wildlife and farm production. Nuisance. A property owner who believes that their neighbor has caused a nuisance may file a lawsuit to stop the behavior or condition causing the nuisance. Parties typically receive damages for a nuisance, and the Indiana Code is listed below. Drainage. Work done during the construction phase of a solar facility can cause issues for neighboring parcels. Drainage is a major concern, given that the facility is required to grade the land, remove all vegetation and topsoil in the process. The removal of this vegetation and topsoil causes a shift in the natural drainage of the land. The volume of runoff leaving the site during and after a precipitation event is directly related to the permeability of the soil. The soil moisture conditions prior to the rainfall event and the land cover and the amount of precipitation. In 2023, a Georgia couple was awarded $135.5 million in damages for polluted land and water. According to the lawsuit, Silicon Ranch Corporation has developed more than 160 solar panel facilities across the country, many of which were built by IEA. At Lumpkin Solar, IEA cleared and mass graded about 1,000 acres of timberland, farmland, and land near the Harris couple that was previously used for recreational hunting and fishing, without installing adequate measures for erosion and sediment control. The U.S. District Judge Clay D. Land held the companies create, operate, and maintain a nuisance that caused sediment to pollute plaintiff's wetlands, streams, and lake. The court further concluded that this nuisance was continued for approximately 2 years unabated. On October 17, 2017, Herringer wrote a report focused on the Chowju Solar Project. Grading as part of the construction of the project has drastically altered the direction of water flow and will impact the amount and speed of water flowing from this land to 2 adjacent properties. The result of this change in water flow will impact the neighbors and the owner of a pond on the eastern side of the property by changing the volume and velocity of the runoff water leaving the site. Finally, here in southern Indiana, a landowner's well has been contaminated due to a solar company's negligence in their construction activities. He has 2 children and he currently cannot drink his water. One way to mitigate these incompatible land uses is through use or landscape buffer zones, also known as setbacks. According to the American Planning Association, in most cases, buffers are used to separate industrial zones from residential areas. The Delaware County Concerned Citizens recommend that this Planning Commission adopt the proposed amended setbacks listed on pages 7 through 10 of the proposed amended ordinance. These setbacks serve to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of non-participating property owners. The most desirable use of the land in each district. Once again, Delaware County has already spoken on this issue. The comprehensive plan is clear in its goal of preservation of farmland. It does not take a rocket scientist to understand that industrial uses belong in industrial districts. Ron Heininger, professor and extension specialist, crop and soil science, wrote a report titled Solar Farms, Changing the Future of Farming. The report is attached under Exhibit 4 in your packet. In his report, Hunninger asserts that solar farms are highly inefficient at producing energy. It is only through generous tax credits and the waiving of property taxes, zero-interest startup loans, federal and state mandated that require utility companies to pay for power at generous rates, that these solar farms even have a chance to operate. Commercial SES requires large land acquisitions and substantial construction. After the acquisition of thousands of acres of productive land, the average efficiency of a solar panel is 21%, lower than the efficiency of coal or natural gas, which is 93%, in case you were wondering. Across Indiana, counties have seen solar developers that have made many promises to county commissioners, council, and planning commissions. What the developers have failed to mention when making these promises is their intention after a project is approved or constructed. Will they remain and operate the solar factory they have built, or will they sell the industrial application to another holding operation company like NIPSCO, CenterPoint, or Indiana Michigan Power? Developers hide these plans because they are aware that these sales can have a large impact on the tax revenue to the county. Delaware County Concerned Citizens encourages this commission to pass the proposed amendments to the Economic Development Agreement that require these agreements for any SES development in Delaware County. This language ensures that any promises made will be reduced to writing and enforceable in the future. This language protects both the county and its citizens. Conservation of property values. The photo below depicts a property in St. Joseph County that will be surrounded by solar panels. To my knowledge, the developer has not made any reasonable efforts to offer this family money and is claiming that there will be no deprivation in property value for this citizen's land. So if you look at page 9, you can see the dot is where the property is, and the lines are all solar panels. And you're to believe that there will be no deprivation of their property value. It will not be reduced. In the current ordinance amendments before you today, Delaware County Concerned Citizens is recommending that you adopt the enclosure agreement listed on page 9 of the proposed amendments. This will ensure that no property owner in Delaware County has to go through what the above photographed owners are experiencing, and that you adopt the property value guarantee language located on page 6 of the proposed amendments. Expert evidence shows that property values decline when placed next to industrial applications such as SES. What is it that real estate professionals like to say? Location, location, location. Pursuant to Indiana code, when amending the ordinance, this planning commission must consider the conservation of property values. Exhibit 5, under your tab, contains a June 26, 2022 report by Mary McClinton Clay regarding the negative impacts of industrial solar on adjacent properties. Her analysis includes peer-reviewed articles, case studies by professional real estate appraisers, solar developers, neighborhood agreements, and buyouts, in addition to 4 case studies and an analysis on the effect of landscaping on solar farms prepared by her office. These articles, case studies, and agreements contradict and unanimously conclude that a solar developer's appraisers that utility-scale solar farms are not detrimental, nor did they adversely impact adjacent property owners. Although diminution of property value varies as the result of the detrimental conditions impact upon property utility, the evidence presented by these case studies of a 100 megawatt or less solar farm indicates that the farm's damage to property value is at least 6 to 30%. The preponderance of evidence based on the empirical studies indicates that industrial solar farms do negatively impact adjacent properties to the extent that their utility, as interpreted by the market, is affected. For this reason, the market considers solar-powered electric generating facilities to be a detrimental condition. On November 5th, 2024, Clay provided a report regarding the diminution of property value resulting from transmission lines. A copy of that report can be found under Exhibit 6. In her report, Clay cites a study that was prepared for the case of Kentucky Utilities Company versus James and Mary Gent et al., which estimates the effects of high-voltage transmission lines on 3 agricultural properties in Hardin County. Her report states that the diminution can range from 12 to 50% depending on the placement of the easement within the property. These studies also indicate buyers' resistance to lots impacted by HVTL at the time of the study in 2012. The lots traversed by HVTL had yet to sell. Delaware County Concerned Citizen encourages this board to adopt a property value guarantee for landowners up to 3 miles from these industrial installations. Photovoltaic heat islands. A growing concern that remains understudied is whether or not PV installations cause a heat island effect, which warms surrounding areas, thereby potentially influencing wildlife habitats, ecosystems, functioning in wildlife, and human health, and even home values in the area. A copy of a research paper regarding this is attached as Exhibit 7. Heat island effect. Large PV power plants induces a landscape change that reduces albedo, so the modified landscape is darker and therefore less reflective. A study was conducted to address the paucity of direct quantification of a photovoltaic heat island effect by simultaneously monitoring 3 sites that represented a natural desert ecosystem, the traditional built environment, and a PV power plant. We define the PVHI effect as a difference in ambient air temperature between the PV power plant and the desert landscape. The study found that they were regularly 3 to 4 degrees warmer than wildlands at night, which is a direct contrast to other studies based on models. The information regarding the rest of the study, again, can be found under tab 7. Once again, based on the above information, the Delaware County Concerned Citizen encourages this board to adopt the proposed amendment stating that no commercial SES should enclose more than 2 sides of a participating residential property. Responsible growth and development. Finally, the Planning Commission members are tasked with the consideration of responsible growth and development. As shown above, placing commercial SES and industrial applications on residential and ag land does not lend to responsible growth and development for the county. The APA distributed a menu on planning for utility scale solar, which states, planners and other public officials should keep in mind that even if a facility is found to be substantially in accordance with a comprehensive plan, that does not mean the land use application must be approved. Use permits are discretionary. If a particular application does not sufficiently mitigate the adverse effects of the proposed land use, then it can and should be denied, regardless of its conformance with the comprehensive plan. In the memo, the American Plan Commission spoke on the matter or placement of solar facilities. The location of a utility-scale solar facility is the single most important factor in evaluating an application because of the large amount of land required and the extended period that land is dedicated to a singular use. Solar facilities can be appropriately located in areas where they are difficult to detect, the prior use of the land has been marginalized, and there is no designated future use. Proposed facilities adjacent in growth areas, not on prime farmland, and not near recreational or historic areas. Proposed facilities adjacent to corporate boundaries, public right-of-ways, or recreational or cultural resources are likely to be more controversial than facilities that are well-placed away from existing homes, have natural buffers, and don't change the character of the area from the view of the local residents or other stakeholders. A primary impact of utility-scale solar facilities is the removal of forest and agricultural land from active use. An argument often made by the solar industry is that this preservation of land for future agricultural use, and the applicants typically state that the land will be restored to its previous condition. As shown by the study above, this is not true. The productive land will be converted to industrial land without having gone through the proper zoning processes. Finally, Indiana courts hold decisions as arbitrary and capricious when it is willful and unreasonable without consideration in regard for the facts or circumstances of the case, or without some basis which would lead to a reasonable, honest person the same conclusion. To ascertain whether a decision is arbitrary or capricious, we must determine whether the decision was based on substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. Delaware County concerned citizens have provided this Planning Commission with relevant expert reports and evidence to consider in its amendments to the Delaware County Solar Ordinance. Delaware County concerned citizens request that members of this Planning Commission consider the information provided and in compliance with Indiana Code 3674-603, adopt the amendments that have been requested. Thank you.
Before we go to general comment, would you guys prefer we take a short break? Take like maybe a 5-minute break? Okay, thank you. We'll be on a 5-minute break. We would like to come back to order, please, so we can resume our public comment. If you could all find a seat, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so our first speaker, and as a reminder, each of these people will be speaking for up to 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Doug Marshall, and then Autumn Grismore.
Good evening. My name is Doug Marshall, and I live at 17330 North County Road, 200 West. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'm grateful for the work the commissioners have already put into developing a proposed strong solar ordinance to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Delaware County, and encourage you to continue taking further steps in that direction. I'm not alone. You'll be hearing from several others today who will address important areas of consideration. Industrial solar installations are not in the short-term or long-term interests of our community. The only way to protect ourselves, both ourselves and those who come behind us, is to get the right protections in place. To be clear, the group I have worked with is not necessarily anti-solar, but we have joined together as friends and neighbors in support of a strong ordinance. You will hear about the decommissioning and restoration plans, or the lack thereof, and the need for clear agreements to protect our land when these projects reach the end of their life. Related to that are the issues of insurance, bonding, and transfer of ownership. We will also cover emergency and fire safety concerns. How will local first responders handle a fire or weather-related damage? And what about a property value guarantee? Who will compensate neighboring landowners when their property values decline due to a massive solar array next door? You'll also hear about the economic impact, not just promises of revenue, but the real cost to our community, including the loss of valuable agricultural production and the potential strain on county resources. Issues like setbacks, buffers, landscaping, fencing, and ground cover will all play a role in how these projects will look and affect neighbors. Concerns about lighting, glare, and noise regulations will also be addressed because large-scale solar is not quiet or visually unobtrusive as some might think. Operations and maintenance standards must be clearly defined, as well as plans for handling damages to waterways and subsurface drains, issues that could harm local farmers and the environment. Finally, we'll touch on the bigger picture, how these large industrial projects impact economic development, agricultural production, and tax revenues. We need to consider the long-term consequences before sacrificing productive farmland for short-term financial gain. This is about protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community members of our county. We ask that you listen carefully and consider the facts, and ultimately to put into play a carefully thought-out solar ordinance that can benefit all. Thank you.
Okay, Autumn Grismore, then Stephen Hines.
Good evening. I gave you a small packet that was just handed to you. Autumn Grismore, 2130 West Pineview Drive, Muncie. For most Americans, the purchase of a home is the single largest investment they'll ever make. It's not just a financial decision, it's the fulfillment of a dream. That's why it's our shared responsibility as neighbors and as decision makers to protect the value of that investment. The proposed industrial solar facilities in our county pose a real threat to nearby homeowners, and we cannot pretend otherwise. A case study from Pennsylvania, based on a market similar to ours in Delaware County, compared homes with MLS-designated views, defined broadly to include woods, farmland, water, and other natural features, to homes without them. The study found that properties with a scenic view sold on average for over 10% more than those without. The appraiser went further, concluding that if a good view is lost and replaced with an objectionable view, like thousands of industrial solar panels, home values could drop by 15 to 20%. Let me put that into real numbers. If the market value of your property before the installation of industrial solar is $300,000, these averages would calculate your new value at $240,000 to $255,000. For most Delaware County families, this would be financially devastating. This is not speculation. It's supported by the University of Texas, which found that the closer and larger the solar facility, the greater the negative impact on nearby property values. That study was based on a 75 megawatt facility. Ours are nearly double. Gaston is 163 megawatts. Royerton is 140 megawatts. Albany is 75 megawatts. So I ask you, what happens to those surrounding landowners when their views are gone, their health is threatened, and their home equity disappears with it? Also, why would solar developers fight against offering a property value guarantee if they believe their projects won't cause harm? The answer is simple. They know they do. We've seen this with wind turbine projects. In Henry County, just to our south, officials fought back and defeated a proposed wind farm after data showed declining property values. School enrollment dropped in counties like Benton and Tipton because families moved away. And in some cases, developers have offered neighbor agreements to nearby homeowners with non-disclosure clauses attached. Why would they require silence if no harm is being done? Let me leave you with this, close to home, just next door in Madison County. Real estate brokers have seen firsthand the impact of the proposed Lone Oak solar farm. This data is from before their current ordinance. One property sold for $117,000, even though it appraised at $140,000, a 16.5% loss directly attributed to the proximity of the proposed solar project. These are not exclusive opinions. These are licensed professionals who have compiled reports, documented evidence, and are now testifying in counties across Indiana. If solar developers continue to deny the harm they cause, the growing body of data and testimony says otherwise. You have the power to insist on accountability and fairness. Please don't ignore the evidence and vote favorable for the document in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen Hines and Jules Carter.
I also gave a sheet to pass out setback. Okay. Hi, my name is Stephen Hines, and I live at 2706 South Tacoma Avenue in Muncie. I also have 7 acres right in the middle of the proposed Rorton project where I had planned on building my dream home. I want to thank the commissioners for all the months of hard work they put into this new ordinance, and specifically I want to talk about the setbacks. The big one is the 500-foot setback from non-participating owners' property lines. All these solar companies already have buildable maps with that setback. There is no coming back from what they showed to most of you at the Cornerstone event, where their own maps proved they could make 500-foot setbacks work. Now they say that's unworkable. Who are you going to believe? The additional setbacks in this amendment are what's known as common sense and should have been in the ordinance to begin with. For example, no solar panels can be placed on an already existing easement so that people are not blocked from accessing their own property, an enclosure guarantee, and restrictions for protected areas such as wildlife reserves. The 500-foot isn't just a feel-good number. It is meant to protect adjacent landowners for fire safety and increased homeowners insurance. The only real mitigation to protect adjacent property owners is distance. Many counties have more than double the setback in this proposal. Rush County and Fayette County have 1,320-foot setbacks, and Huntington County recently put in 1,000-foot setbacks with no dwelling requirements. Inverters should be set back a minimum 500 foot from any dwelling and be concealed. The inverter is used to convert DC power to AC, and this can be noisy. We agree with the commissioners on a 500-foot setback to reduce noise nuisances inverters create for the neighbors. Enclosure guarantee: no solar facility shall enclose more than 2 sides of a non-participating residential property. We didn't buy our home so we can live in what would feel like a prison with high fencing all around us. Also, in the Mark Heckman study I sent to you guys, he noted encompassing adjacent homes on 3 or 4 sides reminds of an era where there were no zoning regulations. All his study is there for you to see. The property value loss will be greater if the setbacks are minimal, aesthetic views are chain linked and barbed wire, and noisy inverters are near to homes. For us, this isn't theoretical. We are the ones who have to live with this reality. I've had the opportunity to attend most of your guys' monthly meetings for the past year when this Rorton project came up on everyone's radar. I've got to witness a group of people that I truly believe care about the actual citizens of this county. This most recent April meeting comes to my mind, specifically the haunted attraction case you guys heard. That proposal was 20 acres, roughly 20 to 30 nights a year, and you guys voted for an unfavorable recommendation unanimously, 6-0. I happen to agree with that decision. The Orton project is 1,640 acres, 24/7, 365. All we are asking is for you to put yourselves in our shoes. What is written in this ordinance pertaining to setbacks is the minimum anyone would ask for if put in the same position. Thank you.
Okay, Jules Carter, then Mike Johnson.
Hello, I had a handout that said pure tone noise that you guys should have in front of you. Oh, I forget I'm tall. My name is Jules Carter. Can you hear me? 8820 North County Road, 25 West. 1 year ago, while in Connecticut, I spoke with family members who embraced industrial solar facility that was being built, neighboring their property. I asked how it was going, and they said, I wish somebody had told us about the noise it produces 24 hours a day. It does not matter what time, day or night. If we are outside, we hear it. It is a constant whining, buzzing sound. We don't open our windows anymore. We are outside as little as possible. It is just unbearable. That noise is called pure tone noise. It is a sound composed of a single frequency and is generated from the inverters and transformers to protect. Oops, I'm going to turn this off because she wants to go off. The solar goes online, the pure tone comes on immediately. You hear this note. Including pure tone noise restrictions requires the solar company consider placement of the inverters from the beginning of the project. It protects the surrounding citizens and not what is simply easiest for the power company. You are protecting my neighbors and myself from health risks, including, according to the National Institutes of Health, that include hearing loss, tinnitus, sleep disturbances, balance issues, headaches, and dizziness. Research had also shown long exposure can also affect citizens that have pacemakers, hearing aids, and seizure disorders. Consistent exposure to pure tone noise should be considered as a serious health concern. In me personally talking to county commissioners and state representatives in Iowa, Michigan, Connecticut, Virginia, and Florida, pure tone noise complaints were unexpected and have required immediate and continued attention by county commissioners and planning board members. It has not gone away. Pure tone receives a lot less attention in the beginning stages of an ordinance writing, but I just believe when we know better, we can do better. If we don't have to reinvent the wheel, just simply look to the communities who have already addressed this issue. I've sent emails with different wording that I have received from all these different areas of town, different states. So in attempt to protect the health and safety and welfare for the citizens of Delaware County, like me, who are directly affected and adjacent to this, I ask your consideration to include pure tone regulations in this ordinance. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you listening to us.
Mike Johnson, then Brian Hayes.
Hello, my name is Mike Johnson, and I live at 11701 North County Road 200 West. Very beautiful location, a beautiful place to be, and I really want to keep it that way. On behalf of myself, my family, and neighbors, I'm speaking about the proposed solar ordinance that I strongly believe should be approved. One of the proposed large-scale industrial solar facilities proposed will have a significant impact on my residents, family, and neighbors. This ordinance is necessary for the health, safety, and well-being of the residents of all of Delaware County, now and for the future. I highly value the quality of life for my family, neighbors, and my fellow community members in Delaware County. This ordinance helps facilitate this. I want to thank the Planning Commission. I want to thank the county commissioners. I want to thank a great group of people that we've all worked with to make this come to the point we're at right now. I've been involved in repair, maintenance, and manufacturing all my working career. And one of the things that I like about this ordinance, there's a lot of it that I like about it, but it has a maintenance plan on page 2, section 4, paragraph 4. The developer shall submit a maintenance plan that includes how the solar facility will manage the following concerns: Maintenance of the panels. Maintenance of the panels shall be repaired or replaced when either non-functional or in visible disrepair. I couldn't imagine what this is going to look like when one of these hailstorms come through here. Or we have an incident like we had 3 or 4 months ago when we had a tornado come through and trees strung all over the place. They cannot be in disrepair. They have to be repaired. Panels that are not so maintained shall be considered a public nuisance. Damaged panels that result in release of hazardous substances shall be reported and mitigated as set forth in the Emergency Fire Safety Plan. Hazardous substances, leaks. From a maintenance standpoint, one of the hardest things that I have to deal with is leaks, because you don't know where they're coming from. You got to dig and dig and dig, and once the leak's there and it happens, you've already got the contamination. There's also landscape requirements, landscape maintenance plan in this ordinance, pesticide management plan. I mean, there's a lot in here, and it's a good ordinance. Daily checks should be part of a maintenance plan, weekly, monthly, et cetera, and I'm sure that this addresses that, and I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
Brian Hayes, and then Greg Kyle.
Brian Hayes, 801 West State Road 28, Muncie, Indiana. Good evening. Thank you so much for your opportunity to speak today. Tonight I came here to support the inclusion of the decommission and restoration plan and agreement section in the updated county ordinance for solar facilities. As a homeowner who will be directly affected by the Royerton industrial solar installation on 2 sides of my property, my primary concern is ensuring we, as a county, do our due diligence to protect the lives and livelihood of both current and future residents. The decommission and restoration plan is critical to the future of our county because it guarantees any farmland used for industrial solar will be restored to its original farmable condition when the project ends. As of now, there has not been one documented case of a decommissioned solar farm being returned to agriculture. But let's be clear, all industrial solar installations will eventually be decommissioned. Whether it's in 10, 20, 30, or 60 years from now, solar farms will become inoperable due to funding issues, end of life, or new technologies. It's not a matter of if, but when. Because of this, it's vital for our county to include policies and protections to address the decommissioning process now, so we aren't stuck later wondering what to do or how to pay for it. But this isn't new. Decommissioning requirements for industrial solar farms are written into many state and county ordinances across the county, or across the country. I want to thank the commissioners for their critical thought and time and attention to put into this section of the ordinance. It clearly demonstrates your long-term vision and care for our community. This section of the updated ordinance is particularly important because it outlines who is personally and financially responsible for the decommissioning of the industrial solar installation when the project is no longer operational. Always well-intended, but business projects collapse and fail all of the time. And county residents, such as me, appreciate the safeguards this section provides so that we aren't left looking at hundreds and potentially thousands of acres of rotting, rusting, leaking, and dilapidated solar structures contaminating the landscape, soil, and water of our county. The ordinance presented addresses these concerns and puts in the proper protections for the residents of Delaware County. It provides timelines, addresses costs, outlines all elements and components to be removed, and ensures land surfaces will be treated and returned to their original state for future farming. So let's not just focus on the now, but on the future. I encourage you to keep the decommissioning and restoration plan and agreement in the updated ordinance to protect our county residents and land. Let it be the best ordinance possible and be a model for future Indiana counties to follow.
Okay, Greg Kyle, then Alan Goebel.
My name is Greg Kyle, and I live at 12021 North County Road 200 West. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of myself, my wife Laura, our children, future grandchildren, and my impacted neighbors. My home and family would be directly impacted by one of Delaware County's proposed industrial-scale solar facilities. I strongly support the solar ordinance being considered by the Planning Commission tonight, an ordinance that better ensures the health, safety, and wellness of Delaware County citizens. Commissioners, thank you for your courage and leadership throughout this difficult process. Members of the Planning Commission, thank you for listening tonight. I know it's been a long one. I believe you all care about Delaware County and the people who live here, and I'm grateful for your service. President Ronald Reagan was famous for quoting the Russian proverb, "Trust but verify." It's wise advice, and I believe that Delaware County is doing that very thing in the form of surety bonds outlined in the proposed ordinance before you tonight. A surety bond is a type of insurance policy that guarantees a company will complete a project according to contract specifications. And just as importantly, surety bonds make the terms of the contract enforceable after construction is complete and over the life of the contract. These bonds protect Delaware County citizens if a company fails to fulfill their obligations under the ordinance. In such cases, the bond amount can be used to cover Delaware County's losses. Without these, there's little to no accountability. There are several key surety bond provisions included in the proposed ordinance that I simply just want to express my support for: the decommissioning agreement, property value protection, road use agreement, and drainage system protection. Additionally, I want to express my support for the language addressing ownership transfer and liability, requiring all agreements and financial assurances remain in effect upon ownership transfer unless replacement documents are approved. Taken together, these measures help to protect the citizens of Delaware County by ensuring accountability and financial security for solar projects. They protect public infrastructure, they protect the property values of non-participating residents, and they protect the participating landowners themselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, Alan Goebel, then Kelsey Morris.
There should have been a handout on economic development topics. Alan Goebel, 3401 West County Road 750 North, here in Muncie. I'm here representing my wife, Susan, concerned citizens of Delaware County, and myself. We are lifelong, 67 years, Muncie residents. In 1983, we moved to northern Delaware County, and in 2000, we built our forever home, which happens to be located 2/10 of a mile from one of the farms in the Rorton Solar Farm. I want to thank the county commissioners for the work they put into this ordinance, which they feel is best for the citizens of Delaware County. I'm here to address the economic development agreement that we feel needs to be completed before approval of any Delaware County industrial solar projects. Large-scale industrial solar in rural areas can negatively impact the county's economy by getting rid of existing agriculture land, reducing food production, and potentially leading to a tax loss of revenue from these lands. I refer to the June 2020 study on the proposed Lone Oak Solar Project in Madison County, Indiana, a solar farm of approximately 1,890 acres, done by Stephen Smith, Assistant Professor, Department of Agricultural, Food, and Resource Economics with Michigan State University. His study determined the following. There's a possible loss yearly of over $1 million in gross farm revenues from cash sales of farms, over $363,000 a year in farm net revenues to the farmers, over $75,000 yearly in possible loss to other industries, Over 35 years of operation, that's over $35 million in gross revenues, over $12,700,000 in farm net revenue, and over $2.6 million in other activities. These losses will have a trickle-down effect on lots of our local businesses, such as John Deere, AgBest, etc. The change in land use from local ownership to possible out-of-state company, the tax revenues would be not taxed in Indiana, but a domicile of an out-of-state company. Solar developers state that the project could be sold in whole or part to a public utility. NIPSCO, a public utility, has purchased multiple solar plants in Indiana, in Henry County and in southern Solomon County, from the same project developer of the Gaston. That could throw a lot of the expenses back onto taxpayers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Kelsey Morris, then Matt Kantz.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Morris, and I live at 7674 East Clifton Road in Albany, Indiana. I come from many generations of farmers here in Delaware County. My father is a fifth-generation farmer in Gaston, and my mother's great-grandparents started the Riggins Dairy in Muncie. I would like to start with a quote from Hugh Hammond Bennett, who is deemed the father of soil conservation. Out of the long list of nature's gifts to man, none is perhaps so utterly essential to human life as soil. Soil, especially soil on prime farmland, is what gives farmers the capability to be the world's best producers. Prime farmland, since someone asked earlier, is land that has the best combination of physical and chemical characteristics for producing food, feed, forage, fiber, and oilseed crops. It has the combination of soil properties, growing season, and moisture supply needed to produce sustained high yields of crops in an economic manner. The majority of tillable acres in Delaware County falls into the category of prime farmland. According to the Comprehensive Plan for Delaware-Muncie region, over 70% of Delaware County's land is tillable, and agriculture has a market value of $100 million, making it one of the county's most important economic engines. Indiana remains a top agricultural state, ranking first in the nation for popcorn, gourds, and ducks, second for pumpkins, third for tomatoes, spearmint, and turkeys, fourth for soybeans and peppermint, fifth for corn and hogs, sixth in the nation for watermelon and eggs, and 10th in the nation for maple syrup and hemp, contributing to over $18 billion in total value of ag production. There is more than corn in Indiana. However, these stats would not be possible without our farmland and our farmers. Delaware County has 24 land zoning areas, of which farming can only occur on 2 of these zones. Permitted farming, such as crop cultivation, dairying, pasturage, apiculture, horticulture, viticulture, animal and poultry husbandry, forestry, or similar farming activities. Industrial solar has no place in our farming zones. Just this past May, USDA Secretary Rollins said farmland should be for agricultural production and not solar production. Planning Commission members, accepting the amendment tonight for no more than 20% of prime farmland can be used for industrial solar helps to ensure Delaware County remains a strong agricultural leader for future generations. In conclusion, I support a balanced approach to renewable energy development, one that is equitable and respects everyone's property rights, ensures food safety, and protects farmland not only for this generation, but for future generations. As we navigate towards newer energy solutions, it is critical that we prioritize the preservation of agricultural land. America needs energy, but it also needs resilient farms to continue providing the food, fiber, and fuel that we all depend on. Ultimately, the issue is not whether we have solar energy production, but where and how we have solar energy production. Thank you.
Matt Kantz, then Tim Carter.
Thanks, everybody. Matt Kantz, Delaware County Council. I'm not opposed to solar energy inherently as a mechanism for economic development specifically in the right circumstances. However, I am opposed to comparing Randolph County to the concerns and considerations of Delaware County. Randolph and Delaware counties have contrasting economic outlooks, demographics, and land use differences, and making those direct comparisons on a utility scale solar's pros and cons is far from a apples to apples comparison. So some facts to consider. Delaware County's total tax levy, what we levy on our citizens, is $28 million per year. Randolph County is $6.8 million per year. The general fund of Delaware County is $42 million, and in Randolph County it is $14 million. The local income tax rate that our citizens pay today in Delaware County, they enjoy a 1.5% local income tax rate. In Randolph County, theirs is maxed out currently at 3%. Relative to population, Delaware County has 288 citizens per square mile. Randolph County has 54 residents per square mile. So Randolph County is 60 square miles larger than Delaware County, but vastly more rural. Delaware's has approximately 113,000 residents. Randolph County is 24,400 residents, roughly. So recently Delaware County has seen a slight population growth since 2020. Randolph County has seen a slight decrease. The residential property value median in Delaware County is about $128,000. Randolph's is about $106,000. But the most important difference is in total farmland. Delaware County has about 156,000 acres of farmland. Randolph is 242,000. So 55% more land in Randolph County that is farmland and is available for things like solar. So while Randolph County did a great job bringing in economic development dollars primarily from wind over the last decade and has used it for some great purposes, changes in the business personal property tax structure in Senate Bill 1 will not impact Randolph County as highly as it will in Delaware County. The number one growth factor to overcoming these property tax changes will be growing our income tax base. That's people working and living in Delaware County. Utility-based solar farms do not provide any meaningful new permanent jobs to our tax base, which is an important consideration on that investment that they provide. EDA payments to reimburse for destruction or expansion of roads and bridges is not the same as money in our pocket. So while Randolph's campaign outlining the benefits of their EDA incentives sounds great on paper, there are hidden costs that may offset some of those gains. Also, without renegotiation of the previous EDAs by our current and some of our current and former commissioners and stronger EDA negotiations for new projects, Delaware County is not set to reap those same benefits. Delaware and Randolph counties are completely different counties economically, demographically, and agriculturally, and it would be irresponsible to make any land use decision by comparing an apple to an orange. Thanks.
Tim Carter, then Cheryl Dawson.
You received a packet actually before the meeting started. It's the one with the maps on it. It has human impact at the top. My name is Tim Carter. I live at 8820 North County Road, 25 West here in Muncie. I want to first take a moment to thank the county commissioners for focusing on the health, safety, and welfare of all the citizens of Delaware County when drafting this ordinance. I want to take my time to discuss the issue of how many lives will be directly impacted if industrial solar is installed in the Royerton project. Because it is just next door, as we just heard, many people look to Randolph County for a project in Modoc as a comparison. The Modoc solar project has about 563 acres of solar panels, and there are about 11 families that are directly adjacent to that facility. That's one family for 51 acres of solar. If you include families that are two properties, so one outside of that, that brings in another 12 families, and that brings it to one family for every 24 acres of solar in Modoc. As an example here, the one parcel of property across the street from my home, under this ordinance will have about 91 acres of solar. There are 26 families that are directly adjacent to that parcel. That is one family for every 3.5 acres of solar. If you include families that are just two parcels away, that brings another 29 families. That brings it to one family for every 1.6 acres of solar in the Randolph project. Simply put, the density of people in this county is much higher than that county. Also of concern is the Battery Energy Storage Systems, also known as BESS. It is a required element of all industrial solar projects. A national R&D company, EPRI, released a report on BESS failures, otherwise known as fires. That is the QR code that's on your sheet if you want to look at that report. In that report, they documented 70 fires in 6 years. That's 1 fire per month. While we do not know the exact size of the proposed BESS on our project, even the smallest facilities have 8 times the lithium batteries of a standard electric car. Our fire stations are not equipped to deal with even a single car fire, which was horribly demonstrated by that car fire in the country village that was started by a Prius. These thermal runaway fires are extremely dangerous and release a variety of chemicals as those batteries burn. This includes heavy metals, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen cyanide. These fires often require evacuation of local residents. The California BESS fire that happened in January of this year, granted a much higher density of people, they had to evacuate 1,500 to 1,700 residents. The proposed BESS location is on the corner of State Road 28 and North Schaefer Road. It's indicated by the star that is on your maps and also on these maps. That location is within 5 miles, within 5 miles of that location, there are over 1,000 homes, 5 schools, Ball State University, Ball Memorial Hospital, and most of the north side of Muncie. So clearly, this is not just about whether you like solar or not, it's about where we're placing solar. Thank you for your time.
Cheryl Dawson, then Logan Carter.
My name is Cheryl Dawson, and my home is at the corner of State Road 28 and Wheeling Avenue, north of Muncie. I want to say how much I support everything that my neighbors have been just saying, and I want to thank you all for listening to them. They all touch on important points. I feel a little silly, but I want to address one small word that's in Section D of the setbacks of the proposed solar ordinance that's being proposed now, and that is the word occupied. I checked this evening that it was not in the prior iterations of the ordinance. It's not in the one that was approved last spring that's currently under moratorium. A dwelling is a dwelling is a dwelling, and we have a shortage of dwellings, and I have 3 old farmhouses that are not derelict at all by any means, and I actually utilize all 3 for my personal needs right now. But I intend to fix them up and will live in my home place there at the corner of that intersection, my grandparents' home, my mother's. But the other 2 I intend to either lease or possibly sell one after I work on it. I guess my point is there are a lot of different possibilities and descriptions of dwellings. So I'm asking, I submitted a letter today for the board, and I'm asking that word be eliminated. I'm not sure how it got in the proposed ordinance. But, you know, some people have a home in town and one in the country, and yet they're both belong to them as their dwelling. Other people live part-time in their home in the country, in Indiana or in Delaware County, and then they live in another state part-time. Some are under renovation, like mine will be or currently are, and others are just simply vacant on the market for sale. So I feel like that word muddies the waters and should be removed. With that said, I want to address the vision of the Royerton Solar Project. My vision, having grown up all along there, going to Delta, living at the corner that's toward Westdale, I envision new housing developments and perhaps manufacturing that's tastefully and aesthetically done well. Agricultural business, services. I would love to see any of these things along our northernmost corridor rather than solar panels lining the highway. And with that said, my heart is with the people worried about the other projects. No one wants to be surrounded by solar panels, and everyone in those communities value farmland greatly and very highly. And I think it's going to become more important going forward in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Logan Carter, then Ryan Richards.
Logan Carter's time was actually used by the lawyer. He signed up an error.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ryan Richards, then Thomas Richards.
My name's Ryan Richards, 10191 West, 1200 North, Gaston. I just want some things for you to think about. We are a 10-generation farm. My son is a 10th generation. One of the biggest things that I worry about is with the ditches. They supposedly drive the pylons in. We have ditches that run. The Gaston one we used to farm, there's many old ditches that run across there, and they start driving pylons down there to support panels. What's that going to do? Is that going to disrupt some of my ditches where a lot of my ground drains that way? And then who do I contact when I got problems because I got wet areas out in my field that no longer drain? And how do we get to them to fix them on their side? They talk about what to do with the 500-foot setback. Can we farm it? I don't know. I don't know if they're allowed to farm it, but why can't they farm it? It's not going to be very fun to put in there. We got a 16-row planter. It's 40 feet, 500 foot. I don't know why can't you farm it? That does away with all your loss as far as your lost acres that are wasted. We have a person we sell to seed up in northern Indiana that had the Mammoth solar farm up there. It started out, it was supposed to only be 3,000 acres. It's now 13,000. He bought a 160-acre plot. He was going to start farming. He built a house on it, pole barn, and it's completely surrounded by solar panels now. As far as you can see, that's all he sees is solar panels. Like me, where I'm at, I can't move. I spent 25 years building grain bins, pole barns. I can't just pick that stuff up and leave. I'm stuck there. I have nowhere. I can't pick up and go nowhere. I can't move all that stuff. I spent my life working on trying to build my farm up. Next thing, they talk about securing extra bonds for the property value guarantee. When they're paying 3 and 4 times what I can make on that same acre of ground, they can't afford bonds for it. So that's another thing that I can't get over. I mean, if you can pay 3 and 4 times what I can make off of it, why can't you did the bonds to be able to protect that, to protect the homeowner where they work their whole life to find their spot. There's many parts all the way down through there on 600, house after house after house, and they're going to be surrounded by them. And they talk about everybody needs a landowner. Landowner has rights. Well, what about my rights? So biggest thing I want to go over is my son is young. He's trying to farm just like many other young farmers out there. They want to be able to farm, and you're taking away ground for them to be able to farm. Thank you.
Thomas Richards, then Tim Nickum.
My name's Thomas Richards. I just want to thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just want to say here, our family farm is land for 10 generations. We personally have purchased some land and leased from others. The success and failure of our operation affects 6 families: our own, our son, son-in-law, my mother, 2 grandsons. We have had many challenges through the years, but continue to farm the land because We believe that what the land was intended to farm. Already, farmers contend to big businesses and housing developments pushing their way out into the country, taking more farmland. And now we have big solar companies competing for farmland. Almost every day we receive mailing wanting to buy our land. And if we are, I'm sure other farmers and landowners do also. It's imperative to have a strong ordinance to discourage solar from taking over productive farmland and to protect the ground for generations to come. There are many other places in our country to house these panels which would not intrude on productive farmland, and yet we see them taking over America's farm belt. Solar has definitely changed the lives of farmers, farm businesses, and homeowners. Because of solar, and I had a few things listed here, land leases, land purchases have gone incredibly high. Landowners are tempted with big bucks from solar companies. Farmers are losing their land leases because landowners have signed up for solar. Solar will affect the bottom line of not only farmers, but implement dealers, seed dealers, fertilizer companies, and grain elevators. So I ask, is solar worth the loss of perhaps many businesses in our community? Solar has affected the lives of many homeowners. Solar is invading and taking over what people once called their home in their community. Solar has stripped away good topsoil and land and has also damaged ditches and water supplies. Indiana is quoted to have only 88 clear days with sunshine. This leaves 277 days that solar is less effective. Or news recently I heard that January is lucky to have 11%. I noticed from Indiana, they had a survey out that solar was on a scale of 1 to 10, or 1 to the 50 states, that Indiana was rated 33rd. So of the 48, that's pretty low to have solar in your community or in our state. Large-scale solar is fairly new, and yet our country is gambling with a product that is only about 20% effective, when farmland has produced crops for generations. But this state and many others are quickly losing farm ground to large solar installations. We need a strong ordinance to protect farmers and the community. I want to know if large installations go into this county, who is going to pay for the possible damages. I just put on here, please vote for a strict solar ordinance and protect our community. And I think the ordinance that's been projected for this county, I think, is very good. I have one last thing, and I know it's a bad time up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Tim Nickum, then Janet Gurnand.
Hello, fellow Delaware County residents. Thank you for listening to us tonight. My name is Tim Nickum. I've been a resident of rural Harrison Township and a property owner for my whole life. Tonight, you're not faced with permitting or declining industrial solar, but you are tasked with making recommendations for what is considered proper use of our land in Delaware County. No one likes to tell people what they can or they cannot use their land for. However, land use restrictions protect the rights of all of us property owners. Agriculture is said to be the backbone of the United States of America. Prime farmland in the United States is primarily located in the Midwest. States like Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and parts of the Great Plains, we are blessed with fertile soil, adequate rainfall, and a long growing season. Land considered subpar in Delaware County is still better than a lot of farming ground in other parts of the country. I have a list here. This was compiled by our courthouse. There are roughly 199 leases on here of leases that have been signed for solar. The interesting thing about these 199 leases is it's not 199 different landowners. You'll find on here the same names listed multiple times. One family's listed on here 8 different times, different LLCs and family trust and things like that. My point being is such a small percentage of landowners and farmers who have signed up for a solar lease versus so many others out here, farmers and landowners, that have seen the wisdom in not doing so. That speaks volumes to me, and I hope it does to you too. Just a quick thing here. So many of these comments that I had have been spoken before, so I'm not going to go over it again. But agriculture is said to be the backbone of the United States. No, I've already read that. According to the Department of Local Government Finance and the USDA, Indiana has lost approximately 346,000 acres of farmland from 2010 to 2022. This loss has been attributed to residential, industrial, commercial development, and mineral extraction. However, those stats are not taking into account the recent industrial solar leases. I believe that as a country, I believe the world as a whole, and this county is going down a bad path, allowing the use of our land to go for such purposes as what we seem to be doing, and I would encourage all of you to support the ordinances here tonight. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Janet Gernand, and then Ron Crouch.
Good evening. My name is Janet Gernon, and I'm an Indiana State Delegate and Precinct Committee woman in Delaware County. While I represent the voice and sentiment on solar from those in my precinct, the most important job I have is that of overseer of my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren's future, whether it be protecting their freedoms and livelihoods or protecting their main sources of food. What I'm about to read to you is a letter written this past March from a generational farmer in Randolph County, Indiana. The numbers they give here are real, and they're from within the last year. This is what he had to say. As a lifelong farmer and resident of Randolph County, I'd like to share with you how large solar farms have impacted our area when it moved in less than 5 years ago. Shortly after the first initial phase, they moved on to phases 2, 3, and 4. That's 4 phases of growth. We now have roughly 4,000 acres of panels in our county. While this is an eyesore to look at, many do not see the impact it's had on our agricultural community. Many farmers like us have lost prime farm ground to solar panels. While we own most of our ground, we have chose to opt out of solar, although we do cash rent some of our land. Some of the landowners we work with have decided to put solar on their land. We have already lost about 250 acres of solar, and if Phase 5 happens, we could lose another 500 acres out of production. This is income that is lost to us now. Without enough land to farm, most farmers will not be able to continue, and farmers in your area, like our own, will be impacted in a similar manner if this isn't stopped. Taking away 500 acres of corn would be a potential loss of $100,000 a year in income for a farmer, not to mention the loss of food and grain to feed people and livestock. On top of losing acres, we're now fighting soaring cash rent prices for acreage. Farmers who have solar panels on their land are making upwards to $1,000 an acre and thus have more money available to bid on cash rent acreage. This has caused an inflation of cash rent in our area, and the cash rent is all over the board. Many who have solar are now paying 40% more per acre than farmers who do not have solar. If you have 250 acres of solar and are leasing it for $1,500 an acre, that's $375,000 a year income you're making on that farm, while farmers that do not have solar are losing $100,000 a year. My point is this: now farmers with solar are able to have the advantage of more income and growth while causing the small to medium-sized farmers to die out. This is deeply concerning. If this continues, we will no doubt see a great decrease in crops while seeing a great increase in food prices. I could go on, but overall, the impact has been extremely negative. I used to be hopeful that my children would one day take over our business, but now I worry about how many more phases of solar will take over our land. I also worry about their chances of growing our business. As Dr. Zeus says, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, it's not going to get better. Without farmers, there's no food, and these solar farms are taking so much prime farmland out of production, signed a concerned Randolph County farmer. I very much appreciate your time in considering the ramifications of solar that will no doubt have on future generations if we do not have the foresight to protect Delaware County. Thank you.
Okay, Ron Crouch, then Mike Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I want to start by thanking each and every one of you for taking time away from your homes and your families and your loved ones to be here for this important matter that sets in the county that we all live in and we all love. My name is Ron Crouch. I live at 2901 West County Road 700 North in Muncie, Indiana. I moved here from another county that I owned a home and lived in that residence and raised my family and put all my children through college. I lived in the home for 25 years. And I had goals of saving my money and growing up one day and being able to buy me a house and some property out in the country in a rural area and raise my family and my grandchildren and live the rest of my life there. That was a big, big goal for me. It's what I wanted. And I worked very, very hard in my life. And a year and a half ago, I was able to do that. I sold my home. I bought the house on 700 North in November. I spent over $500,000 on the home. And then after I bought it, I spent another $380,000 remodeling the home, my entire life savings, all of it, for my wife and I. We're empty nesters. All of our children are gone. They're all Delaware County residents. And we moved in May of 2023. About August of 2023, I checked the mail and there's a letter from National Grid saying, "Hello, neighbor, we're coming to town." And it's not addressed to me, it's addressed to the previous owners that neglected to let me know that they've been already offered money to take this. I was failed by the system. We invested our savings, our life savings, to move here, and I didn't move to a rural area. I'm now potentially moving to an industrial area. I really, really struggle with it, and I immediately said to my wife, Melinda, let's sell it, just get the hell out of here. Where am I supposed to go? The decisions you make tonight affects this entire county. Am I going to move to Cowan? Cowan could be next. Am I going to move to Selma? Selma could be next. Where am I supposed to go? I should leave the county if I want to be safe and not live in an industrial park, if I want to live in a rural area. You all have a big decision to make for all of us. I want to talk about 13 times tonight, I counted them, Marla Moody's 50-foot ordinance. You have a flag on each side of these tables. That's over 40 feet. The average school bus is over 40 feet. And 50 feet is acceptable. 13 times tonight I've heard that's acceptable. Who wants that? And property value protection, are you going to go buy a new car and not get a warranty because Chevrolets are that good? You better get that warranty because it's going to break down and it's going to cost you a lot of money. I am begging you, support the current ordinance that's put into place to protect us. I thank each and every one of you for your time, and I will pray for every one of you tonight. Thank you.
Mike Kelly.
Good evening. Good evening. It's been over 3 hours here, so I'm going to make it quick as much as I can. That I understand both sides of the story, and my particular issue, I'm here speaking for people who would have property that would be surrounded. And I looked at the map down there on the Gaston area, and there's probably 7 or 8 properties that would have that. Now, I know it's very easy for some people to say, hey, it's not going to be a problem having surrounded with solar panels. I live on 19090 North Jonesboro Road. It's primarily known to a lot of people of Dead Man's Curve, or the Benbow property. And kind of along the same lines, I'm a retired teacher. We've lived there 20 years and put about everything we have into it, or keeping it up. Had to put about $30,000 in the barn here to keep it up from wind damage and so forth. Now, when we look at this, my assessed value this last year was $438,000. Now, you tell me if you surround my property that's beautiful now, with corn on one side, beans on another, and everything else, and you tell me that you have the solar panels there reflecting everything else under the sun, that's not going to have an effect. Now, it's easy for somebody to say, well, that's not going to be a problem, but I'm the one that's going to be eating it, and they don't have anything else to go. Because I can just hear a realtor saying, hey, Mike, this is not, what it was. It's nice property at one time, but it's going to be different. I agree with solar and wind. I think we need it. I think we need to do it. But I think, if anything, down along 32 and all of Warner Gear and all of that could be a place to start. And land that is damaged, and God knows what's been dumped there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, so we have reached a point where both sides have had their allotted time. We will now give each side 5 minutes of rebuttal time. So we'll start with the pro side. You have 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Well, I don't want to be the last thing standing between you and dinner, so I will also make it quick. Addressing specific items that came up during the remonstrator speeches, the discussion of noise creating a nuisance. Yes, of course, there's going to be a clause regarding noise in leases. Those darn lawyers like to throw everything in there to try to protect their client. Should there actually ever be a nuisance, there are statutes and common law that would give a homeowner the right to address those issues. But most importantly, the inverter is the loudest part of the project, and it comes in at 50 decibels. 50 decibels, based on a hearing loss protection study done at Texas A&M, is equivalent to a refrigerator running, a babbling stream, or a quiet, empty barn. That is quieter than the average conversation level and significantly quieter than a tractor idling. There was a question about if the pylons being driven in caused damage specifically to drainage or waterway. I did want to point out that there is a clause that covers that. Any damages done to ditches or drainage tiles, et cetera, that would affect the flow of water do have to be repaired at the cost of the developer and to the standards put forth by the drainage board. So that protection is in there for the gentleman who asked about that. As a procedural matter, we just wanted to point out that we did not provide the maps this evening, and they are not exactly reflective of our current footprint. If you would like a current map, we can be sure to get that to you, though I know it has already been submitted. The decommissioning plan, that has been in ordinance since the 2021 version, we have no objections to that requirement or the surety to support it. I think any responsible developer understands that project in and project out is an important part of this economic development project. So that is not something we are pointing out this evening that we would like to have changed in any way, shape, or fashion. Most importantly, there were many sections read from the comp plan about supporting farming. Nowhere in any of those sections did it say that farming is limited to growing corn and soybean. In fact, the goal, as listed in the comp plan, is to balance development, land preservation, and farming heritage in our county. Its terminology says Delaware County is rich in land resources, which are the cultural backbone of the rural economy. These local land resources should be revitalized by local residents for local use. This may take the form of local farming, land conservation, a transformation to green energy production, and/or increased funding for existing and outdated agricultural infrastructure. In all cases, though, recognition of the land as an essential resource is of primary importance. So I would simply restate, solar is still acknowledging the importance of farming. It is an important part of the whole package for the county. It protects the land and keeps it zoned farming for future generations. I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any rebuttal? Yes, you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, hang on one second. How much time did they have left? Does anybody want to use the rest of that time? Okay, thank you.
Just one item that was just addressed. It's my understanding that the maps that you see tonight are represented of the signed leases that were provided by Delaware County. So those are representative of the records that are on file at Delaware County. There are multiple ways to produce electricity, but prime farmland is limited. It's critical that we prioritize the preservation of agricultural land. I just wanted to remind the board once again that they are tasked tonight to consider the 5 factors that we discussed earlier in voting on these amendments. Additionally, Indiana Code lists the following purposes for local zoning ordinances: promoting health, safety, comfort, morals, convenience, and general welfare, which includes the protection of property values, and enhancing the livability of residential neighborhoods. To be clear, nowhere in the Indiana Code does it say that this commission should consider threatened future legal challenges when amending an ordinance. Instead, your job is to adopt amendments to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of your citizens. For the record, there are at least 8 counties in Indiana that have adopted property value guarantees as part of their ordinance: Adams, Franklin, Kosciuszko, Grant, Jasper, Madison, Posey, and Spencer. Of those counties, Kosciuszko's property value guarantee is the oldest, adopted in 2018 with a 2-mile radius. My review of case law regarding this topic shows that to date, no lawsuit has been filed challenging any property value guarantee adopted in the aforementioned Indiana counties. Thank you.
Okay, you have 3 minutes if anybody would like to use any portion of that 3 minutes. Okay. So we've come to a time where we will have discussion about this ordinance and these and potential amendments. So first going to have Kylene read she's going to read the other business, the case law.
Okay, so MPC 04-25A, Jurisdiction County Commissioners, being a consideration of a resolution to delete and replace the text of the Delaware County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Article 31, Section 13, regarding solar facility requirements, and the addition of Article 31, Section 14, regarding commercial battery energy storage systems, CBES requirements, as proposed by the Delaware County Commissioners.
Okay, so what I think we would like to do is try to, you all received a one-page document that lists several, it goes by page, and it lists several kind of non-substantive changes, word changes, and we would like to vote on those as one big vote at the beginning, and then go through the rest of the document kind of section by section. Without any objections, we'd like to kind of move forward with that. Colleen will read each of the recommended changes first.
Okay, so this list is not exhaustive of considerations to be discussed tonight. These are just several changes suggested based on clarifications, comments received, normal procedures in our DMMPC office, and responsible agencies. So I'm going to list the pages that these changes are on, so it'll be easier for you to follow along. On page 1, the suggestion for section 13, the first paragraph there, the suggestion is to remove residential completely. So that would be those last two sentences of the first paragraph being completely removed. Section 13A, the suggestion is to, after it says, the second sentence reads, if the solar facility extends into the floodplain, that area of the project must comply with the floodplain management ordinance. The suggestion is to add DNR, FEMA, and firms to that sentence. Page number 2, section 13A2. Replace the word recommended with required. This is in reference to the use of the Delaware County Geographic Information System, GIS. Okay, sorry there, we're going to go to page 4. Section 3A6, recommend replacing county engineer with commissioners. Section 13AB, replace the word elect with shall. This sentence would read, due to the complexity of solar facility projects, the Delaware County Commissioners shall elect to enter into an economic development agreement. Moving on to page 5, section 13A9. A, replace the word within with at least. So this would read, the applicant shall provide notice of intent to locate a solar facility to all property owners within 1 mile of the boundaries of the solar facility at least 3 months prior to submitting an application. On letter B, suggest replace hearing with special use procedure. Replace applicant with DMMPC. Replace a list of the surrounding property owners to whom notice was sent with stamped envelopes addressed to each property owner on the surrounding property list provided by DMMPC. So B would read, in addition, for the Board of Zoning Appeals special use procedure, the DMMPC shall provide a copy of the written notice sent to all surrounding property owners within 300 feet or 2 properties deep, whichever is greater, from the boundaries of the solar facility project area. The applicant shall also provide stamped envelopes addressed to each property owner on the surrounding property owner list provided by DMMPC. And this is just normal BZA procedure. Section 13A10A, replace planning director with building commissioner. Section 13A11, replace county with landowner. This is in the sentence that says fair market value will be established by, at a minimum, 2 licensed appraisers acceptable to both solar owner and the landowner. Page 6, 13B, remove, let's see. Okay, so this is down at the bottom. Okay, remove as indicated prime farmland in light green on the map in Appendix B. Remove that, there is no map attached. And then add map provided by owner operator. Page 7, 13D2. Remove the word occupied. Number 2 would read a minimum 500-foot setback, which includes a screening buffer and other native vegetation as described below, shall be maintained from the solar facility structures to any non-participating owner's adjoining property which contains a dwelling. Section 13D7, change vegetation, comma, fencing to approved vegetation and fencing. Section 13D8, replace accepting with accepting, ACCEPTING. Page 8, Section 13D10. The last sentence of that, after property line, add of the protected area boundaries. Section 13D, the next paragraph below that, replace 50% with 80%. So this would read, the setbacks set forth in items 2 and 3 above may be reduced by up to 80% with a written waiver from the property owner or owners. Section 13F, replace inch diameter at breast height with inches in diameter at 4 feet above grade. Pages 10 and 11, Section 13-I. Wait, let me see. Oh, yeah, 13. Yeah. 13.L, insert gravel or paved So this would read, a solar facility shall have a 12-foot wide perimeter gravel or paved roadway. Section 1301A, add A, B, and C to each paragraph, and then also replace Delaware County engineer with commissioners. Section 1302, add damages to the first sentence. And then just replace numbers 1 and 2 with letters A and B. Page 12, section 1304, insert quality after groundwater. So the number 4 would read, prior to construction, the owner-operator shall engage at the owner-operator's expense an independent third party to develop a groundwater monitoring program within the fence line of the solar facility, which will include but not be limited to the establishment of baseline levels of groundwater quality. Remove any additional, let's see where that is. Oh, I jumped ahead here. Go back up to C. Any additional is the last of that sentence, and just replace that with stormwater quality management plan. So this references the requirements in the stormwater management ordinance and the stormwater quality management plan, as those are two separate documents. Page 13, 1306B, replace director with building commissioner. Next sentence also, it says said director, so also replace that with building commissioner. Once building commissioner is satisfied that the locations of the solar facility, so forth. Last word of that paragraph, plans. Remove plans and replace with document with instrument number from recorder's office. Page 14, 14D. Wait, am I off? Nope. Yeah. Page 14, section 1307F, replace Delaware County with commissioners. Page 17, section 14D, the title, replace the word districts with zones, and then replace allowed only in agriculture and industrial zoning districts with only allowed in farming zones with an approved special use variance. Page 19, section 14K, replace either approve or disapprove the application with provide a recommendation to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Section 14L, remove within 15 days of, add upon. Upon receipt of an application for a permit, the zoning administrator will determine whether the application is complete. Remove the next sentence. The zoning administrator will notify the applicant in writing of his determination. And then remove within 30 days of receiving a complete application. That sentence would read, "The administrator will either grant the permit or deny the permit." Page 20, 14M, permit fees. Remove the paragraph and just replace it with verify current fee schedule with the DMMPC. And then did suggest just an overall blanket replacing all the parts where it references director, plan director, executive director. It kind of mentions different ones. Replace all of those with DMMPC, executive director. This is in the county ordinance, so there are many directors within the county. Also, could be included to make any changes to formatting so it matches our current ordinance formatting, and any correction of grammatical errors. Like I said, that's not an exhaustive list of things to be discussed. Those are just some things that stuck out, knowing the current procedures and who's responsible for what in the BZA and Plan Commission processes.
Could you do section 14D again?
Yes. What page is that on?
It shows 17.
Page 17.
No, I didn't put that one.
So on page 17, 14D, replace the title. It says permitted districts. Change that to permitted zones. And then the first sentence reads, commercial battery energy storage systems are allowed only in agriculture and industrial zoning districts. Change that to only allowed in farming zones with an approved special variance use. Special use variance. So in the ordinance, any solar facility development would be considered a special use. So didn't want it to say it was allowed in an agricultural or industrial zoning district, and ours are called farming rather than agricultural zone. Any other questions?
So I think what we would need maybe is a motion, would entertain a motion to amend the amendment as we've just discussed. It wouldn't prevent us from making any other changes within the ordinance. We're just making these as one big bulk vote initially.
I move to adopt the proposed changes.
A second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Brand?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Ditchman? Ms. Hensley? Yes. Mr. Landis?
No.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Sight?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
So that is 8 yeses. So those are just amendments to the proposed amendment.
Okay, so I think now if we went through and we just kind of kind of chunked this out, took some of the bigger sections individually, but then some of the smaller sections combined, and we can just have a discussion about each of those sections if there is any. Somebody can make a motion within that section, and we can kind of chunk it through that way. So, for example, the first section we would look at is A, in the application requirements. That would take us from page 1 through six. So pages 1 through 6, if there are things in there that you'd like to discuss, this is when we would do that. If there's a motion within the area that you would like to make, we can do that.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion at the bottom of page 1, since we just agreed to remove the language about private solar, roof-mounted solar, that we remove that entire footnote at the bottom of page 1 also.
Okay. Questions from anybody about that? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brand? Yes. Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Dishman?
Yes.
Ms. Hensley? Yes. Mr. Landis?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, 9 yeses.
Any other points of discussion or motions you guys would like to discuss in those first 6 pages? Takes you up through page, like I said, page 6. Okay. Let's look at then through sections B through D, which would encompass pages 6, 7, 6 and 7. And part of 8, yes. 6, 7, and part of 8. Nobody has questions or comments about any of that section?
Mr. President, on page 8, it would be under section D, 10, the footnote at the bottom, right before section E signage. I'd make a motion that we have Mr. Murphy create a standard waiver form so that all of the developers, anybody trying to, submit this waiver form, we're not looking at multiple waiver forms and trying to decide, did something come in, did something go out? Yes, so it's where it says the setbacks set forth in item 2 and 3 above may be reduced by up to 80% with a written waiver form, the property owners. So I would make a motion that we create a standard waiver form so that we don't have multiple waiver forms that we're then trying to determine whether language was omitted, slipped in, et cetera.
Yeah, and we had previously discussed with Mr. Murphy having him create that form.
I would second that motion.
Thinking about this motion, I think what we would need to say as far as the wording in the ordinance, and I'm happy to draft the waiver, but it should say the written waiver provided by the DMMPC office would be my preferred wording there based on the motion presented.
I'll amend my motion to Mr. Murphy's comment.
Mr. Clark, would you still second your motion based on that minor change?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brand? Yes. Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Dishman? Yes. Ms. Hensley? Yes. Mr. Landis?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Syke? Yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
9 yeses.
Also in this section, under section 10, I would support following the federal guidelines regarding nature conservatories. As suggested by Ms. Hoff. Yes, Mara.
Yes, as suggested by Mara Hoff, I would suggest under section 10, following the federal guidelines regarding wetlands and other wildlife reserves, rather than the 500 foot the setback.
Is there a specific federal guideline or just federal guidelines?
Just federal guidelines.
Would it be acceptable if we removed simply the phrase located no less than 500 feet from the property line? That does reference National Park Service, Indiana Department of Natural Resources, or other private and public nature conservatories, including federal, state, and county parks. I'll just need to have some very specific wording to make that amendment.
Yes, that would be acceptable.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, for the number 10, protected land.
So that would read under 10, properties classified as protected areas under the authority of the National Park Service, Indiana Department of Natural Resources, or other private and public nature conservatories such as federal, state, or country or county parks, wildlife reserves, and nature preserves shall have large-scale ground-mounted. Yeah, we would need to change the wording a little bit. Shall follow federal guidelines regarding protection of such areas.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brand?
Oh,
sorry.
I was gonna say, I think I probably need some more clarification on this. So,
It makes no sense, but you just take out located no less than 500 feet from the property. The entire paragraph serves
Yes.
purpose.
Replace after nature preserves shall follow federal guidelines regarding protection of such areas. So remove have large-scale ground-mounted solar facility through the rest of the sentence and replace with following federal guidelines.
do you hand her that? Yeah, Barbie might. Would you do one more? read?
Yes.
Sorry, I keep getting.
Mr. Murphy can clean up the wording, but going through the middle of that paragraph under section 10, nature preserves shall follow federal guidelines regarding protection of such areas. Does that make sense?
Do we have a second? Did we have a second?
We did until we read it 2 more times. Okay.
This would be the new paragraph. Properties classified as protected areas under the authority of the National Park Service, Indiana Department of Natural Resources, or other private and public nature conservatories such as federal, state, or county park wildlife reserves and nature preserves shall follow all federal guidelines regarding protection of said areas.
I would move to adopt that amendment.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Brand? No. Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Dishman? No. Ms. Hensley? No. Mr. Landis?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Sipe? Yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
6 yeses, 3 noes, so that is approval of that amendment.
Lost my page. No, I meant my other one.
Okay, I would at least ask this question about this section in the setbacks, just because it was mentioned so many times this evening. I feel like we owe it to have some kind of a discussion. And one question that I have, and this is mostly because I'm new here, like I wasn't on this board when this was discussed a year and a half ago. But it appears, if I look back at minutes, that the initial task force had the setbacks at 250 feet. And then it was asked during the meeting about setbacks, and the consultant stated that the task force was fine with 250 feet. And then someone suggested we move it to 500. There was no discussion, and they voted. So I don't know how that happened so fast. So I would just maybe open up that discussion simply because it was mentioned so many times tonight.
I would be in favor of following the original guidelines.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. I would be in favor of following the original task force guidelines.
I would not be in favor of following the original task force guidelines for the following reasons. If you look at, we heard people ask for 250 feet. And if you look at I'm looking at page 8, right above signage again, it says the setbacks set forth may be reduced by up to 80% with a written waiver, which Mr. Murphy would draft from the property owners. So this puts the agreement between the property owners, and they can reduce that up to 80%. That makes that setback 100 feet. And we let them negotiate it, and the county stays out of it.
Any other questions or comments?
I need a second, I'm just doing some quick math.
Okay.
So if I understand Mr. Brand's statement, so
Microphone.
being able to reduce by 80% through a negotiation or waiver, is that coming down to 400 feet as opposed to the 250? So you would like to keep a minimum of the 250 even with the waiver? No. Are you saying that you would be in favor of keeping the 500 feet? Okay. Can you have the mic? Yep.
Right, that section on page 8, Mr. Clark, right above E signage, the setback set forth in item 2 and 3 above may be reduced by up to 80% with a written waiver from the property owners. So if the property owners negotiate and they agree, they can reduce them up to 80%, which means they can make it a specific setback with agreement between the neighbors of 100 feet. So we leave it at 500, but we've given them the ability to negotiate with each other, and the county stays out of reducing those.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? We can move on to the next section. So the next section I had listed was E through H. So that would take you through about halfway down page 8 onto page 9. Covers signage, buffers and landscape, and fencing. and ground cover. Okay, next section would, no, we're not to there yet. It would take you through just page 9. Okay, so the next one would be the very bottom of page 9, lighting, and it would take us through in power lines. So basically page 10.
Would it be possible to have a discussion over K, noise?
Yes?
Can I ask where the 60 weighted decibels, where did that number originate from? Do we?
I think that was in the old ordinance that would have come out of the task force and the committee that presented it initially. I don't think that's anything new or had been changed. Okay, the next section would be starting at the bottom of page 10, letter O. So it would take you from the bottom of page 10 through the top of page 15. Would cover operations and maintenance. So it includes that page 12 you were asking about, Mr. Brand.
So on page 12, construction requirements, section 5, it's listed on here as B, but I think in the original changes that we adopted, it'll end up being A. But it's the middle paragraph. All reasonable dust control measures required by the county commissioners during construction of the solar facility are being followed together with any steps or adjustments for dust control which may, and then it says from time to time, be required by the county commissioners. I would make a motion to strike the words from time to time. Does that read properly then? Additional steps or adjustments for dust control which may be required by the county commissioners. So strike from time to time. I'd make that motion.
I'll second. Me, Nate.
Good job.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brand? Yes. Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Dishman? Yes. Ms. Hensley? Yes. Mr. Landis?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Sight?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
9 yeses.
Okay, anything else in that section? Okay, the next section would be letters P through R, which is second half of page 15 through half of 16, titled General Provisions. Okay. Next, last section would be section 14, which covers the commercial battery energy storage system requirements. We'll take you through 16 to page 21. Okay, if there are no questions or comments or discussion points on that, then I think we've reached a point where we could potentially entertain a motion overall to move this document forward, unless there's anything that you've thought of that you'd like to discuss in the ordinance.
And just a reminder, such a motion would either need to be a favorable, an unfavorable, or no recommendation to the county commissioners. Those are the three options.
Mr. President, I'd make a favorable favorable motion to move forward with the recommendations discussed this evening.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Brand? Yes. Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Dishman? Ms. Hensley? Mr. Landis?
No.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Sipe?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
8 yeses, 1 no. So that is a favorable recommendation with the amendments already voted and as discussed. So this recommendation will be provided to the county commissioners. Depending on deadlines, their next meeting is August 18th. I don't know if we will make the deadline for that with the required documents to be prepared. We will announce when it will go to the commissioners, but if it is not August 18th, the next commissioners' meeting is September 2nd. 9 a.m. in the Commissioner's Courtroom at the Delaware County Building.
Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I would just like to, and I know many people have, well, not many, but some have left, but I would just like to thank each of you for your thoughtful comments and for the respect that you showed this meeting. It was very, very much appreciated on my part. I think I can speak for everyone that we very much appreciate that. So thank you very much. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.